Howdy.
Okay, so we are live here for Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 14. We just got this bracket seated. So take a look here. Some first round matches. We have 35 players today. Scully here, joined by Necro. So looking at this first bracket, pick out a good match for us here. We've got, how about indoors versus Duck Duck Goose? We haven't seen indoors in a while. Winner of GFC 16. So
Hello.
indoors we saw win with GFC 16 with a return from the different dimension deck, I believe, or was it a dimension fusion deck? I want to say it was
Uh,
a return deck.
I feel like we haven't had a Dimension Fusion deck win in a while. It's mostly been the return decks, which is weird because most people say that not most people, but some people say Dimension Fusion is a better card, but we haven't seen it really performing much lately. Even the Reasoning Gate decks we see nowadays don't have them because they're all the Stein Reasoning Gate decks.
Yeah, and it was a Bazoo return deck that indoors won with a Warrior Bazoo return deck. But
Nice.
looks like they're on something different today, as they did not run Gravekeeper Spies in their GFC deck.
Oh, this is spicy. So it looks like there's some form of Gravekeepers. We've seen a few different Gravekeeper decks do relatively well. There was the last one I can remember was Fusion's deck,
Bazoo return deck.
which was Gravekeeper Warriors. But we'll have to find out exactly what kind of Gravekeeper deck this is. Yeah, Duck forgot to take the extra 500 there. For those who don't know, just as a random aside, Ring of Destruction does take the attack on the field, not in the graveyard. Most people know that, but someone that's brand new to Go format may not. Not saying Duck didn't know that. Just information for the viewers. Oh, that's a really good response there. Unless the opponent has Nobleman, now you're just going to get to use your Spy again. Ooh, and a spicy Zing main deck. No, the opponent doesn't have anything here. So looks like it's going to be 2K.
A,
Swing it in. Ooh.
a question we get asked fairly often is which version of Necrovalley do you use in GOAT format? And the easiest way to look up and remember which one to use is actually the ultimate rare version from like Astro Pack, I think, that came out many years after GOAT format, but that one has like the best wording for how Necrovalley actually works in GOAT format.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Indoors takes it all the way, that's good information for everyone to have. Because it could become a more popular deck. It is nice because besides, having all these easy beat sticks and a 2500 booty monster, oh, I think this is going to be game over. So it does look like it's the warrior version because he did have the Sasuke. But also having the Jing main deck is pretty cool. Obviously, in that kind of a deck, well, not obviously, in that kind of a deck, having your own traps and stuff is pretty useful. So you don't necessarily want to run Decree, although we did see Mr. was it Mr. Big Noodle or just Mr. Noodle. Either way, we saw him using a decree version of Gravekeepers before, and it did relatively well. But the problem is you're even more susceptible then to heavy storm, and there's so many traps that you want to use to stop your opponent from, getting rid of Necrovalley. Because once Necrovalley's gone, you pretty much put yourself back in a situation where they're just gonna slap down all their chaos and possibly just win on that turn. So it's an interesting split that we're seeing here. Pot of Greed into Thunder Dragon. Are we gonna see the Graceful Charity to follow up? Much appreciated by Indoors banishing their hand so that we can see what it was when they used Trap Dust Shoot here. And yeah, I think the Swordsman level 2 confirms pretty well that this is a warrior version of the deck.
And he is going to snipe off the level 2 here, but still a kind of a mixed of a good hand for Indoors. He's fighting off a very strong opening from Duck Duck of the Thunder Dragon with the Trap Dust Shoot and Pot of Greed. But he does have a Pot of Greed of his own, and double Necro, unfortunately. Which, it could end up being a good thing having it, but...
Yeah, but usually as soon as it's gone, that means they're gonna summon their chaos and such anyway, so... It's harsh. Yeah, we did see in the past with Fusion's deck that I don't think they main decked Terraforming in that deck. Ooh. What?
Yeah, we've seen Duck Duck actually main deck the guard before. And no guards in deck for Indoors.
Yeah, that's pretty... I would say probably typical for a warrior version. You want to set as little as possible, and the reason you play Spy is, well, the deck doesn't get off the ground without Spy for starters. But also, it's just a giant wall that if the opponent can't get over that, a lot of times it just gives you so much time to develop your own board and win from there. Like, if you're playing against warriors, they have a really difficult time getting rid of it unless it, is still set. And it looked like maybe Indoors was thinking about a Book of Moon there. Unless they also run My Body as a Shield.
Yeah, My Body is a card that you see in Gravekeeper deck sometimes.
Yeah, because it'll protect Spy against Nobleman even. And plus, when you flip Spy or get another monster out, the opponent might Torrential. You're more susceptible to Mirror Force as well because you're putting more monsters out there. So it makes sense as a card in that deck. Ooh, tried to return Necrovalley. Think that clues us in on what's going on, considering there's not even a Gravekeeper on the field.
That is a nice lock, though, to put them on a dead Necrovalley in hand on top of their deck.
Yeah, especially because
Like, even if you don't have like a Chaos ready to drop there, like that sets them back pretty good. But could be probably Magician of Faith set. Yep.
Yeah. So Necrovalley also would have stopped Magician of Faith from grabbing the Pot of Greed, because it's a card in the graveyard that it's attempting to target that isn't itself. Yeah, considering they didn't have any monsters, Necrovalley back on top probably would have been really hurtful too, you're right.
Yeah, so really good solemn from indoors there.
We have to just hope that they don't lose to this Thunder Dragon right now. Seems like they've got something. Oh, they did have the Chaos. And a Snatch Steal. So this has to be real back row for indoors, or that's just game. Oh, not the one you want, but it works.
Yeah, Gravekeepers do have a tendency to drop down very low in life points very fast. But they also try to end the game very fast, so it's kind of a back and forth thing.
Yeah, and if the opponent is on Chaos, like heavy Chaos, and they can't get rid of Necrovalley, the game could go on for quite a while too. And they don't really mind there.
Alright, game 3.
Oh.
Indoors had to solemn that Wing Blast, but losing those life points early ended this game pretty quick. Couldn't keep a monster on board either.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that for indoors that the Tornado hit a completely dead card, but it was the right move to make because, I mean, they literally took out all of their cards. Just in the end, they didn't have their own pressure, so unfortunately... Well, they did have pressure, but they got it too late. That's one of those things in Yu-Gi-Oh! He used both Solemn and Duo, and their life points were so low that even a Sangan would have killed them at that point. Didn't have to be Dekoichi. If you don't have pressure to follow up your powerful cards and you in Go format, you can still definitely lose. I remember I did my first match when I got 9th place against Lukaz, Lukaz. I ended up with Pot of Greed, and I used Duo on him, and I used Trap Dust Shoot, and I had a Solemn, but I still almost lost because I wasn't drawing any monsters to put any pressure on him. So even when you got these powerful cards, when you're paying these life points, you could still end up losing.
And I was just about to say, I wonder if it is worthwhile if you have Necro in your opening hand going first to activate it or not. Like if you don't have a Solemn or anything to protect it either.
Yeah, very true.
But this could be like a Graceful Charity, dump Light and Dark, and have now throw out a BLS before you could even play your Necro. Is a situation that could come up. Oh wow, dumping a ring. So this is either a really good hand or a really bad hand.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm feeling that having a discard ring. This is one of the things too. If you don't have cards like Thunder Dragon a discard to Graceful and Go format, you're discarding real cards, and they're mostly one-ofs, so you're not gonna get access to that later on. It's one of the things you have to be really considerate when you use that card. Because now Indoors never has to think that they could lose to Ring. Unless Duck Duck happens to be running Mask of Darkness in their deck. Which some of these decks I have seen run one Mask of Darkness before. But I doubt that's the case. One of the nice things working for, well, not working, but being in the Academy League staff is that I get to see a lot of different builds that people submit as their decks, and I get to learn just how crazy or cool some of these decks are. And you get to see a lot of techs. Ooh. I feel it would have been unlikely for Duck Duck to end up triggering Dawn's effect there, because I don't think you're going to attack it with a Sankan, but regardless, that was probably still the best move they could have made, especially since we saw Sork here, which could have just banished it anyway if it was face up. Got Phoenix Wing Wind Blast on their face down monster, which more than likely, ooh. Now that I think about it, that Dawn face down was probably bait for knock, and they wanted to set a spy after that. It's probably what it was. And yeah, we see Duck Duck going for the Chaos early, since they know that once Necrovalley's down, it's going to be locked out. Ooh, back to back to back Graceful Charity.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Indoors to come back from this one unless he does some crazy Royal Tribute Lightning Vortex play or something.
Heavy Storm, Lightning Vortex, Royal Tribute. I guess even then, that's 4 cards, so they'd have to have one good card left after that. Yeah, this is a wrap. I'm feeling. Especially now, because it looks like they probably have a Solemn. Ooh, that's a painful hand. Very unfortunate. Unfortunately, the shuffler giveth and the shuffler taketh away.
Yeah, not much you could do with that.
Yeah, unfortunate that the last game was mostly decided. Well, not mostly. Probably very heavily decided by the fact that they only had monsters, and Duck Duck had an answer to the monsters at the start. But it was a cool to see Gravekeepers. Hopefully they can take a little bit further. They almost got it, but unfortunately that draw at the end, the last game, was very unfortunate. All right, never mind. I guess we're not going to see that because they just dropped.
Okay, so we're going to move over to CC versus IMZ1. They're in game 3 here.
Oh, looks like we got some burn here. First, maybe Chaos Turbo. Thunder Dragon Chaos Turbo, maybe. We'll have to see exactly what kind of deck it is. And we got Raigeki Break. We want the face down. So let's see. They discarded a Solemn, so some sort of shenanigans is going on. Although it is early on in the duel, it looks like. So Solemn was technically, Heavy Storm. All right, so they had another Solemn face down. That makes sense.
CC has the full blown Trinity engrave here, so duo pot Thunder Dragon, 2 Faiths.
Yeah, you gotta think that this card in IMZ1's hand though was real, so could have made sense depending on what's in CC's hand to use Liquid Duo still.
Yeah,
but
Z1's gonna need a fiber or a Cyber or a Morphing Jar to come back from this one.
Man, I couldn't imagine Go format with Fiber Jar. That would be too annoying. Because I don't think on Duel Link Book they have a easy reset button.
There's no
Fiber Jar.
Yeah, there's no button for it. Hopefully they would make one if it was a commonly played card.
One would think. Thunder Dragon Tribute. This card, even though it looks so worthless as a card, we've seen it used in so many decks because of just card advantage for your discard traps, and also helps you get those lights in the grave. And the stats aren't completely irrelevant. We just saw that it just ran over the Panda, and in decks that use Metamorphosis, its level isn't irrelevant either. There's a lot of really good level 5 meta targets. I'm surprised that CC kept in the Solemns.
Yeah, there was just nothing that Z1 was going to be able to do, especially once that Cyberjar got banished.
Yeah, it's better for them not to reveal what they were, considering they're on stream. Well, that was very interesting, and we saw a card we don't see a lot being played.
We're going to head over
Time
to
Seal.
round 2 here of Lucas versus Krebs.
Lucas. Let's see. Oh, my dueling book does not want me to watch that match pair. Okay, here we go. Looking like Krebs on some variety of warriors. Lucas also known last season for running warriors, I think. I only ever played them on warriors, but they were playing a different deck the last time we played together, I think. Pot of Greed. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, Lucas has used both, I think he's used Control and Warriors the most. Maybe he has used Turbo, I'm not positive, but it looks like Warriors today.
Ooh. That could be game if this isn't, yeah. That's one of the downsides of early Solemn. You just saw it, ended the game in one turn. But yeah, I mean, life points aren't irrelevant in Go format, but at the same time, Solemn is still a really powerful card. Because if Lucas really didn't have anything there, I mean, he could have had nothing there, then that Solemn would have been amazing, but unfortunately not. And we're going into game 2 here. Looks like payback for the duo that we saw in the game 1. Discarding Ring and then chooses to discard DD Warrior Lady. So potentially some really good cards in hand here. We'll see what the next move is going to be from here. If that T set, we're going to see... Oh, okay, just one set for Lucas. Oh, retaliating with their own DD Warrior Lady.
So what do you think the set monster is?
I think it most certainly is not Faith, because Faith in the duo would have been really painful there. It's kind of tough because what
Kinetic
card would we have
Kinetic
not
Soldier?
flipped? That's possible, yeah. Very possible. Even Dekoichi would have flipped. Kind of hard to say. But I like your noodle in there. Could definitely be a sighted in kinetic soldier.
And I feel like you're really seeing the trend of the battle traps being lowered, of how many are used in these warrior decks now as we see all these attacks going through.
Yeah, I think at one point there was a couple people even running 3 Saku and 1 widespread, but now we're seeing not a lot of them played at all. Ooh, Mobius. Nice. Oh, Mobius's worst enemy. Book of Moon.
Yeah, now I feel like maybe we really will see what this set card is, because if it has 1100 attack or more, then it's going to clear that. It could be a Suki set, maybe?
True, could be Tsukiyomi. If that's the case, if they don't flip it, it most certainly has to be Tsukiyomi.
That was
Okay,
the
there we
cipher.
go. You were right. Yeah. Good on you for making that call.
That was a great Book of Moon.
Yeah.
That looked like it was about to be like a blowout Mobius spot there.
Alright, their own Heavy Storm getting rid of Mirror Force. Who knows? They could discard Light and Dark, summon. Well, I guess even BLS wouldn't be the greatest here, but it wouldn't be bad either. Just because Cypher Soldier can run over BLS, so it has to banish that. Such an unassuming card. Did I call it Cypher Soldier?
You do anything?
Okay, we're seeing something happen here. Premature for Mobius. And so far, Lucas hasn't summoned a single warrior. So that's one of the reasons that Kinetic Soldier is not that strong of a side card unless it's part, like it feeds into your main strategy. Because, I mean, they don't always have Mobius, but they have spellcasters besides just the warriors in their deck. In the right situation, it can still be a complete blowout card, but it's not necessarily going to work out for you. But it is good in decks that run like Giant Rat. Ooh. Punishment for that greed. I guess they needed to do it in the end, though, because that was a spy face down.
Yeah, too bad they didn't top the monster for game right there.
Yeah,
Wow, Lucas having to pass back.
we're in top deck mode. Potentially could end right here with this Graceful. Discarding Pot of Greed. Yeah, you knew it was over as soon as they discarded Pot of Greed. Although, I think AJT BLS one time discarded a Pot of Greed off their Graceful, and it wasn't immediate game, but they still won. I don't remember the full story. I just remember hearing the fabled discard Pot of Greed for Graceful.
I'm sure I've done it before too. You play enough games, those weird situations come up.
Yeah, your cards that you drew are just a lot more relevant than a random card in your deck. Game 3. It was a really close game 2 there. Could have been over for Krebs, but that torrential tribute really sealed the deal. But again, they would have probably wanted to summon another monster anyway to get rid of those spies.
So Lucas
But-
now with the set monster turn 1, perhaps DD Warrior Lady again?
Could definitely be, or Don, but again, I don't think these kinds of decks would really attack into a face down most of the time.
Although, well,
What?
with Blade Knight you will.
Oh, true.
Which Warrior Lady can wall if it's not pumped up, or Cypher can
You
deal
know,
some damage too.
I already forgot somehow that they had that Krebs had warriors. I don't know how. I was thinking. I just woke up for everyone who's wondering. Woke up about an hour ago, so my brain is still not working properly. And as you could probably hear, I've got some crud in my throat right now. Pot Graceful. Thinking about what discard here. Mobius. So they brought their own Mobius. All right. Fair enough. Must have a really good hand or a really bad hand to be thinking this long on it. There we go. Oh, having to discard Torrential. Potentially gonna bite them in the butt, but we'll see. Oh yeah, I mean we got the Trinity.
Yeah, that was those with those discard cards. It was kind of hard to tell what Krebs had in hand, but wow, and hitting the charity.
Ow.
So Krebs getting the right cards. So can he put himself into the right position to win the game?
Yep, again, just like said before, gotta have pressure to go with your advantage, or else it's useless.
He's got it.
Yeah. Exiled. So if that is a DD Warrior Lady, oh, it was Spy. Okay. We did see it before, but so I guess Lucas is probably splitting the difference here between that GK deck and using one of the advantages of the GK deck, which is just having that fat spy to block your opponent. got their own BK. Having to run into the opposing BK.
Yeah.
Finally, we see that.
Krebs having the battle trap here finally is huge.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Smashing ground.
Lucas not making it easy, though.
No. One of these two back row could just be...
They could be like Zing Zang or something now that aren't gonna.
True. Very true.
Although he probably would have flipped it over already. You have a solemn for the pot. This could put Lucas right back in the duel.
Yeah, I think they're a little gun shy now, probably, after that game one.
I think he would have solemned it there if he had it.
Let's see. Tribe. No priority. Interesting. Since we saw those battle traps, there's probably not too many cards that can punish that, except for Book of Boon.
Tarantul already gone too, so
Yeah.
that's kind of a reason they could just use priority.
Discarded the BK. Makes sense. It's better to trade and still have a monster than to just flat trade and possibly hit another battle trap. Ooh, another battle trap.
Maybe a call from Krebs here. We're thinking about a solemn. Possibly a book with a battle trap behind it.
Could be.
You do have to start counting how many more monsters you have to draw on your deck if you're Krebs. Fair amount, but 3 big hitters, 2 Blade Knights, and a Sasuke.
And no darks if they've got the BLS. But Lucas could have nothing in that hand, and then Sasuke running over the tribe could just run away with the game after that. And also, if Lucas is on BLS, they've got the light and dark, so if you saw him now, and you don't have something to follow another trap to protect yourself from BLS, potentially that could end badly. And you don't have Torrential, but you could have Mirror Force or any other battle trap.
And Krebs has just been issued a slow play warning, so he does need to make a move now. Yeah, so he could have solemned that pot of greed earlier, opted to save it, and get this attack through here.
We'll see.
It does open him up to potentially losing to a BLS now.
Yeah.
Heavy is gone.
And there we go.
This is probably exactly what he was worried about.
Okay. Doesn't want to run into the potential Sakuretsu armor. Probably called Prio a little bit early on that, but it probably won't matter.
No Snatch Deal played by Krebs yet. No Chaos Live for them either.
No Dark Monarchs. in our GOAT format. Thank you. I guess there's Konami had a really huge obsession with Dark and Light for such a long time because there's 3 Dark Monarchs, I think. 3 differently named ones.
Yeah, we got 2 bad ones. And Lucas may have a game shot right here.
Is that GG?
Yep.
There we go.
That's solemn.
Boom. Yep.
Alright, so we're going to move over now to Sdl Killer versus Lucas Gustafson.
SDL won the last one of these, didn't he?
Correct.
Very strong duelist. I've not really dueled them before, but I've seen their work in the Academy League as an eliminator, and they pretty much wipe the floor with people. Heavy calling out that solemn. Activating the pot before they've even paid their life points.
I guess SDL having an error here.
We might have to have them refresh their browser.
So SDL now at 5,000.
Ooh, that nobleman. I don't know, would you consider what Nobleman of Crossout does a noble act? Curious. I am wondering if SDL is playing on mobile or something. Let's see here. Oh, Exiled Force. This is painful game for Lucas. Oh. Yeah, we're seeing some really weird things going on here. Does Lucas have anything? Got chaos of some variety.
Having to be very careful with only 600 life points left and a full 8,000 that they need to clear. Or, I'm sorry, he's not at 8,000, right? He's at 5,000?
5,000, yeah.
5,000 from Sdl. He still needs to clear out.
Alright. Got Book of Moon on the Sork, so might have Mystic Swordsman level 2 or Nobleman. Zambira also works.
And that'll do it for game 1.
Yep, even though it didn't look like it. Yep, BLS. Just that kind of card, but I guess even in that situation, Chaos Sorcerer would have just wiped the game either way. If there was a way SDL could have made it back in that situation if they had Sork instead, but very unlikely. You don't like that to start with summoning Kaiku, but when you gotta do it, you gotta do it.
Kaiku's a weird one where it's like, it's kind of a vulnerable card to just put on the board, but it also can turn off so many things for your opponent. But yeah, it opens you up to stuff like this happening where now you have to use a back row.
Yeah. That beautiful gorilla getting hit with some self-destructive armor. Ooh, nice. With Donzalug. And my preferred art style as well. And attacked in the correct order. Donzalug, then Kaiku. What's going on here? Interesting. Shame. The shame no discard Thunder Dragon. Because he drew multiples. Ooh. Alright.
Gonna be a pretty good snatch deal here.
SDL is on his phone. That's why. I was thinking it was really weird.
And I'm sure Lucas wishes that he could have ran over this Kaiku with something to snatch the Don instead, but...
Yeah, that would have been crazy. Ooh, nice. Now we'll see if they can run over this face down with Breaker. Set Breaker.
Gonna get to clear the monsters out of the grave again. Lucas really gonna be begging for a graceful charity here.
They need a hero. Tsukiyomi on Kaiku. That could also be good if there's chaos, but there's not.
Yeah, now the question will be, does Sdl have another monster to follow up to go for a game shot?
And does Lucas have real back row? Reinforcement of the army. Can pretty much grab whatever at this point. We'll see. Does mobile Sdl Killer have game? Yes, they do.
So I think that this matchup does favor the Chaos Control deck a little bit, but I'm sure Sdl has stuff sided for goats as well, even though we didn't see any from Lucas yet, but we saw Dark Mimic before, so I gotta believe he's on Chaos Control this week.
Yeah, and the meta. So we will see. But yeah, the warrior decks don't like to see cast control so much because they have to get through all those goats, and once the game is stalled, it can be pretty bad. The warrior decks like to just attack, 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 and win the game in a couple turns. Yeah, okay. That's the okay. Discard Sakuretsu. Ooh. Starting off dual 10k, but 10k, 7k, and an angry monkey. Graceful back from Sdl Killer.
I wonder if Lucas does have decrees or not. Did we see him
Definitely.
activate any trap cards last match? Last game?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so. Gets rid of the dust shoot, which is useless right now. Gotta have something to get over this gorilla, and then there's the 2 back row too. Gets rid of Don. Guns don't work on this gorilla. It's too strong.
So the charity did let him dump some dead cards here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mystical Space Typhoon. So it looks like probably gonna be doing something here.
Maybe a Zambara play.
And they probably can't pick their opponent's cards right now, so I think they're gonna have to just tell them which card.
Gonna try to sit behind this 2000 attack Blade Knight.
Well, the gorilla has to attack, so if it's a Saku face down. Let's see.
Now, if you do have Goat, there is reason enough to just activate them here to try to...
Ooh, breaker.
Torrental.
The good news is that the BK is gonna be 1600. I guess actually, technically, that's not good news, but
It's not awful because this is if he attacks the breaker here, then SDL could take a few turns of the Thousand Eyes being at 0 to just draw some cards if Lucas can't get it off the board.
Yeah, and he is at 8k, so even if they wanted to, swarm the field with something else in the meantime, you got a good cushion. Yeah, I was gonna say setting a monster there would not be very hopeful.
Yeah, you start setting like your faiths and stuff there so that when you are ready to go with like a Thunder Dragon summon or a Book of Moon or Suki play, then you've got your like Flip Magician ready to go and can just go all out at that point. So good Exiled Force from SDL. SDL definitely a well-seasoned player, is used to being in these type of situations.
Okay, I'm going to discard Mystic Swordsman level 2.
And ready to go back on the offensive here. Clearing the go, opting to leave the set monster. Could potentially have a Solemn for a big flip summon if he feels it's necessary.
If they do have Solemn, this is a tough situation. Because there's so many cards here that just win the game at this point. Are we going to see what the face down is? Or is it just going to be game?
Well, I don't think he can deal 8,000. But Sdl is going to need like a snatch deal now. He does have Light and Dark ready, so BLS would be great too. But no, not going to make it.
No, even if you had BLS, you'd be able to do a lot of damage, but Newdoria and Chaos Sorcerer both are threats to BLS. But yeah, that was the match. I suppose you could put the BLS in defense and banish the sword, so that way the Newdoria can't crash.
Yeah, you'd have to put the BLS in defense, banish Sorcerer, and hold the line there. But we are moving on now to Carl Waite versus Ivan Rosito. They are inside, and it looks like Ivan won round 1. Game 1, rather.
Got some heretical sleeves and heretical avatars, but that's okay. We've at least got our friend Slifer, the executive producer. Our sets met with the T set. Looks like some thinking by our friend Carl. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information for us to work on what they could possibly be thinking about. All right. All right, so we saw pretty interesting turn of events here. And we've got Carl with 3 cards. So, Graceful Charity for Ivan this time. Much slower paced game for this one than when we were seeing with those Warriors, but that's one of the good things about O format is you can have slower games like this where people are just gaining advantage over time and we're not seeing life points turn to 0 in 1 or 2 turns.
And I was just away. Is Carl thinking on the Graceful Charity?
No, that was they were thinking before they used their own Graceful Charity
Okay, gotcha.
turn before. Upstart.
Okay, so Carl ran into Torrential Sinister with his BLS.
I think they just discarded Sinister for the Graceful Charity, and
On Carl's turn, he summoned a BLS, and Ivan used Torrential with Sinister. So, yeah, okay. So I'm caught up here. And Ivan running into a Jargreed with the Breaker, not the card he wanted to see.
at least the mystery is gone of whether or not that back row is real. So there is some small merit. Ivan setting 3. Ooh, okay.
He chose to Dust Shoot before the Graceful Charity.
Yeah, it's curious, but
A second,
who knows?
a second one set potentially.
Oh, that's true.
2 Sorcerers, Reaper Tribe, Mind Control, and Graceful Charity. So not a bad hand on Carl's end.
No. Does have light and dark, but there's 2 of them.
Right, so putting back a Sorcerer here, it's like, well, only one's going to be live at the moment either way, but Carl is going to dig with Charity. Unless Ivan plans to just solemn the Charity, and that's why he... Maybe he just wanted the option to, like, see the hand and then know if he wanted to solemn the Charity or not.
That makes sense.
It's interesting to see him play it this way, though. He's a very consistent player, so... I'm sure he's thought this out before.
Yeah. Now they're thinking if they're actually going to use that solemn. I looked away for a second. What card did they send back?
I missed it as well.
High level of professionalism.
Yeah.
Terry team.
TOing and commentating at the same time has its challenges.
Yeah. So saying goodbye to Break of the Magical Warrior. There is already a dark, but why give them more darks? Or run into something that they're going to do.
See, I think I would have opted to see the fresh card, but you opt to see the fresh card before you graceful. He wouldn't have drawn the Thunder Dragon, I don't think.
Ooh.
But oh wow, so yeah, if he did Jar Greed first, he would have drew the Thunder Dragon to use with Charity.
Ouch. And I don't know why then they didn't discard Thunder Dragon before. Whatever. Doesn't matter. They did have it earlier.
Yeah, it does matter. Like, did he just
Yeah.
not discard it before
thinking-
Jar Greeting?
They discarded it earlier in the match when I wasn't looking.
Oh, okay. I see. There's a
They
banished
just
one.
went down to 3. Yeah, they went down to 3 for probably dust shoot purposes. But they're gonna drop to 4, so I don't know. Maybe they've got a Raigeki break or Phoenix Wing.
Yeah, I apologize, everybody. I'm a little lost on this one.
No mind control for Ivan this time. And it's a Reaper. Which
He should have had a
they had a Reaper.
good idea. That was Reaper, right?
I mean, they did use Graceful Charity, who knows? But yeah, it definitely was a high possibility that was Reaper. In which case, having it for after you attack would have been the correct move. Because then you'd be able to destroy it with mind control.
I do kind of wonder if these guys are really just trying to, like, think an extra step against each other with the way that they're both playing.
Quite possibly.
Because they're doing some very non-conventional moves here. And they're both very high-level players. Great MST.
Yeah. And now you've still got that Reaper.
Maybe Ivan had double mind control or something?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Because if it was something that they drew into with Graceful, then the mind control could have been really good. But it's hard to say if you would attack in or not. Now, yeah. In retrospect, that mind control gone is really bad.
So
but...
does Carl still have one Thunder Dragon? He does.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So if Ivan doesn't do anything else here, then Carl's going to be able to trade a Spy for the Thunder Dragon and then get a Reaper attack in.
The Reaper, man.
Okay, he does have a set. But Carl has a mind control. So, I mean, it could be like a Sangan set, but we know it's not the Sinister.
Yep.
Takochi, yeah.
And that's what they were trying to bait with the Sinister set before.
Ivan actually could have just summoned this Takochi here, and it would have protected him from a Reaper attack. Because the Spies can't get over it.
True.
So he could have summoned, yeah, if he had summoned that. Oh, wow. And Carl's got back. I'm pretty sure the Sorcerers would got put back with the shoot. Maybe it was the Tribe, because we haven't seen that.
No, he discarded it.
Okay,
he discarded
so
Tribe.
it was the Sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carl's just gonna push with everything here. And did he just banish this breaker? He could have attacked it. There's already a dark in the grave. And you're going for damage anyway. I don't really see the benefit of the sorcerer being in defense.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but still a really good position either way.
Yeah, no, that pot of greed. I mean, even without that pot of greed, I think he's gonna have a good turn right there. But it kind of just put it to the next level.
Snatch, banish Reaper, attack one of the spies, I guess. Just thinking on what to ban it. Very curious. Guess we do know Ivan has the mind control, so technically he could get rid of Reaper other ways. Oh, okay, I was wondering if they were gonna do this play. Now I'm curious if they were gonna get rid of the spy anyway. Maybe get tribute over the Sork anyway. Maybe they should have just attacked instead of banishing. I'll be right back.
And Carl able to pull that out, so we're going to go to game 3. This is some good high-level Chaos Turbo matchup. Carl firing back with his own pot of greed. And Ivan Rosito not going to let it go through with a solemn judgment. Could be the deciding move of the game right there. Ivan going to have the double pot of greed here. No, it is a spy.
My apologies, I am back now. I see pot of greed, and I see a solemn, I see another pot of greed.
Yeah, Rosito opened with pot of greed and opted to solemn Carl's pot. I'm going to keep the life points pretty close by getting a clean 2,400 in.
See if Ivan's got some actual back row to set here. Looks like it. Safe now from the retaliatory BLS for game. Would have only been BLS to win, but MST.
And I wonder if Carl rather goes for a mind control play on this set here. He must be planning something going for this mystical. Because Carl's own back row is vulnerable, but he could also be trying to bait Ivan to use like a wing blast or Geki break on his own set jar greed.
It's very possible. He's thinking about it, so it's got to be something real in some respect. Either that or I'm lagging. That's also possible. Oh, exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was a pretty obvious play. Well done from Carl for going for that.
And discarded a Faith as well. And if that's the Faith face down. Okay, no. Still good, though. Duo.
Wow, hitting the BLS.
Yeah. So that's why the discard of Magician of Faith, but now didn't really amount to much. Could still have another one in hand, though. Ooh, and a Sork.
So what do you
30.
think? What do you think Rosito left in his hand here?
It could be another Sork, but I guess he wouldn't have had to think if that was the case. Yeah, I don't know. It's really curious. I guess we'll find out. Says tough spot. No BLS to just blow out from here. No Sook.
Carl going to have to do something about this to coaching now. Or Rosito's going to pick up all the cards that just got discarded quite quick.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, that's rough. But yeah, like you were saying, the reason Rosito probably did go for the Greki play was so that he could get the BLS or Sorcerer play going faster, but gonna drop Carl down to 700.
Could be ring for game. And one of those face downs could be Solemn. So it's going to be tough.
And not too many monsters Carl can set here that would wall enough for game.
Yeah, it could still have one spy.
Could have a Dekochi set. Or a Tsukiyomi, rather.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the most elegant, but it would definitely let them live. Ooh, Reaper, nice.
Reaper gonna keep Carl alive for the moment.
Unless Ivan had activated Meteor Rain. But it looks like Ivan has made the wise decision not to run that card.
It'd be interesting if Carl just grabbed one Thunder Dragon here. He did. He's going 1 for 1. He's gonna just try for BLS for game. Oh, Sorcerer. All right. Playing around the trap dust shoot by grabbing the Thunder Dragons one at a time.
Yeah.
And pretty walled up here now. Still in range to lose to a ring.
Yeah, even if they ringed Sork, like if they were forced to ring Sork, they'd still live, so it's tough spot. But, I mean, they've also got themselves in a good spot. But that Reaper's not going to go to attack anytime soon. Unless they've got, like, something to, like a Book of Moon to follow up to stop them from dying from whatever they summon to attack into it. But yeah, we're seeing again Reaper. We've got Reapers and Spy, which is just...
It's an exciting game. Gonna flip the Faith, so now
they gotta do something.
Carl could still banish the Faith if he needs to. He's gonna go for the mind control.
We'll see. What's it gonna be? Are those face downs real?
Get another card with the Kochi. Now Carl has to decide: does he want to try to attack for game?
I mean, at this point, well, I guess you could still tribute
Faith.
The Faith, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so it doesn't necessarily have to push here for game.
I think
would have to otherwise, because the Koichi now could just bash into the Magician of Fate and he'd lose.
I think you got to go for it. Ivan could have Mirror Force, could have a Regeki Break, could have a Book of Moon, or could have Jar of Greed and Solemn Judgment set. Now, Carl could have banished the Dakochi here and then tribute set the Faith, but he wants to set this other monster instead.
Interesting. Not a play you see every day. This is...
Yeah, that was probably a really good play. Considering that Rosito already has a Sorcerer and BLS burned. So it's not going to be easy to get through here. One thing he has to watch out for is like a normal summon into a Torrential Tribute and then summon a Sorcerer play. But there's not much Carl could do about that if he has it anyway.
Yeah, and again, Ring is also still alive.
Right, if he's got it, he's got it. Although, yeah, no, that's if he's got it, he's got it. So, and he does still have the Suki, so we're gonna get to keep drawing here. Putting the Kochi face down, then back face up. No answer for the set monster, so gonna attack it. Another Magician of Fate, I'd have to believe. Dakochi just getting one more card deep from the deck for Carl, who I think is really fishing for a heavy storm now.
Dust Shoot.
Wise that Carl played around this Dust Shoot earlier. It was there. So DD, Warrior Lady, Thunder Dragon, a Magician of Faith, and Snatch Steel.
Well,
I'm guessing the Faith's going back because Rosito didn't have an answer for it last turn.
yeah, well, it depends on what his back row is. I have to imagine at least one of these now was Solemn. But because if the back row is bad, then you have to get rid of the DD Warrior Lady, I think.
The DD doesn't matter because it's still Snatch Sorcerer for game. If your back row is nothing.
Again, that depends. Yeah, that depends on if you have single removal back row or what.
Well, you'd only have to stop one of the cards. I mean, I think if I don't know, it's very interesting if Ivan has Regeki Break right now or not. And Solemn, because Trap Dust Shoot's not the new card, remember?
Yeah, true.
I think you play the Snatch Steel here for sure and see what Ivan's response is to it. Yeah, I think you go Snatch, attack with both, and just see what happens. I think if Carl went for game last turn, he might have won.
Quite possibly.
Because he didn't have to summon or anything, so if the other old card is a Solemn, then Carl would have had game last turn. But it could still be a Book of Moon, it could still be a Regeki Break. I highly doubt it's a Jar of Greed. Yeah, and even if you attack into a Mirror Force here, like, what sucks is your threats are gone, but you're pretty much just as safe as you were the turn before with the Reaper, I would think.
Yeah, now they can't Souk Loop on the Koichi.
And if it's a Solemn set, then playing it wouldn't have mattered on the Snatch. Yeah, he's going to just take back the Dakochi here. And Carl could banish this instead, but I doubt that there's like a Sakaretsu or anything, so...
Yeah, so DD Warrior Lady summon would have possibly been game.
Or could have triggered a Torrential.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, no, I think he... I think I would have liked to see the Warrior Lady summon there. I don't really like going on the defensive here and giving Ivan another turn to potentially draw a Sorcerer or a Snatch Steal.
Yeah, at least Ring isn't going to be game currently, although they could, like, summon Koichi and ring it. Ooh, gonna get rid of...
Probably everything.
Yeah.
And you gotta banish now.
Yeah. Man, that would be real painful if this back row...
It's probably a
not
Solemn.
real. Yeah, probably.
Oh man, it wasn't real.
Yeah, he could have won. He could have won.
He could have won a few turns. Well played by both players.
The power of bluffs, people.
The bluff,
power of bluffs.
The bluff got him.
All right, what are we looking at next? Got Alephia playing, it looks like.
Let's do Pui and Moxies. They're still on winner's side.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I forgot that their username is not Pui. Or I cannot find them.
Hey, maybe they just finished up. I don't see either of them either.
Yep, they just finished. Reported literally right as we were going for the game.
Okay, we'll do Lucas Gustafsson versus Dingo Sig.
Sounds good. Looking like some Chaos Control versus... Oh yeah, looks like we got some more spies. Looks like Chaos Turbo.
It could be their regular return deck as well.
That's true. Although... Wait. What? Did they just normal summon Magician of Faith? Am I insane? I'm very confused. So, did they mean maybe to set it then? And then it just screwed up? But then why did they probably shouldn't have ended their turn then? Oh well, I guess they've got a bug right now, or an error where their Magician of Faith is stuck on the field. Got quite a few errors on DB today.
Lucas is on the ropes for this game here. 1,200 left with a tribe on board. Got to make something happen here.
Sook on the tribe.
Oh wow, I was gonna have to pass.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Looks like they accidentally hit end phase. Are we gonna see the serpent beat down? That was really greedy to not do that in the end phase. But maybe they didn't have any pressure for their drew for turn.
Oh yeah, because the card was. Yeah, I don't know. I guess without the monster to guarantee it, you don't want to do it yet. But
Yeah.
but against this deck in particular, like that could have scapegoats. I would think you kind of want to just go for it.
Context is always important.
Right, because against a deck where it's like, okay, worst case it's a Regeki break, then not a big deal. Jar agreed when you're going for a game shot, not a big deal. But against a deck that plays scapegoats, it could be a total different scenario.
Yeah, especially since your tribe was already gone. Ooh, got that beautiful Sangan in attack mode.
I always feel bad normal summoning the Sangan, but every single time that I set it instead, it gets Nobleman, so...
Yeah, some people will set it so that it gets Nobleman.
Yeah, that's the other argument, but it depends what you... And I guess in like Lewis's spot, he's not like dying to search a Serpent because he has Thunder Dragons, but... He might have just been wanting to really be able to tribute something to Thunder Dragon next turn, too.
Yeah, very true. Sangan's an awkward but very powerful card. Awkward because it has 1,000 attack, so it's walled by pretty much anything in defense mode except for like Faith. But it still can put a lot of pressure on because the opponent does not want to use removal on a Sangan because that's just usually not going to end up well. So if you just have Sangan, you can sometimes push for a lot of damage if they don't have anything.
Reminder to everybody checking out the stream today, we do have links in the description here for GOAT Format Championship number 17 happening on April 23rd. It is a free event with a $1,000 plus prize pool. World Championship invites going out to the top 8 of the event, and prizes going down right down to top 8 as well. So check it out. The links are in there, or goatformat.com, and you can find it to sign up today. Sign-ups are open for GOAT Format Championship 17, free entry event with $1,000 plus prize pool.
Yep, and you can learn more about that. There's a video on the channel as well, explaining some more details, and on the goatformat.com website, the full prize pool, including, who cares about the money, you can win the GOAT token plushies that are sold out. You can't get them, well, you can technically get them other places, but if you buy from someone who already has it, but you could get them for free. And you can't just buy it from the seller. So hey, I'd say that's the number one motivator to win the tournament. I don't know about anyone else. Oh, tomato. And we saw 3 Dekoichis, so it definitely could be a return deck. Got their own tomato. Calling the bluff if that's Cert face down. Yep.
A lot of pressure on from Lucas's side here. Dingo gonna have to make something happen next turn to get out of this.
Aha. No 3-turn SERP clock for you.
Yeah, Dingo Sig not going down easy. Both players already qualified for the GOAT Format World Championships later this year. But Lucas might close this out with this dust shoot. Perhaps not. Big graceful charity incoming.
Yeah, that graceful is the saving grace. Gonna go for the game shot again with the SERP attack. Not so confident this time. Two more turn clock with that serpent.
Still no dark in the grave for Dingo Sig.
Yeah, getting all of your Decoichis or all of your spies banished early on can really hurt Chaos deck. I guess that's true with literally anything that they set. Getting banished early can potentially backfire, or not backfire, but go bad. Decree. So this is probably game.
Yeah, they say a Book of Moon prevents it because he's not at 300 yet. What's tough is now, like, there's not much Dingo could do in one turn to, like, get rid of all the potential threats.
Yeah.
Like, there's no big board that he could just, like, sweep this game away with.
It's rough. Because they used Breaker. Doesn't look like it.
And now the Serpent is lethal.
If the clock is finally...
A Spy would be very good for Dingo here.
Looks like it is not a spy, though.
That's a really big win for Lucas.
I am curious if they were running return, because unfortunately there wasn't really a good time for them to ever activate it.
Hop
So
over
we
to
don't know truly.
Nice Boy versus I Love CC.
Okay, they're activating something. They are both Italian, so it looks like they're opting to speak Italian in chat, which is unfortunate for us, except those that are Italian that are watching. Okay, they're just throwing out fake Italian phrases, it looks like. Ooh, delinquent duo. That's gonna get rid of both the remaining cards, and they're both real cards because the Thunder Dragons are gone now. Not the greatest of all time move, but maybe the digging with that upstart will help. Oh, and running merchant as well. So they're probably on meta. Oh, 2 merchants. You don't see that every day. You've definitely seen some people run 1 merchant recently, but 2 merchants. Very curious. Normally you'd see them in like a deck that just plans to dump all their cards for some sort of weird combo, but alright, looks like we're having a moment of silence. both players at over 8,000 life points right now, so they could potentially be anyone's game at this point. It's looking like whatever they drew probably wasn't what they were looking for. Now, if CC doesn't have some sort of way to come back, it's starting to look really bad for them. They've had to reuse Upstart Goblin, which is not what you want to do with your Faith, and got hit with the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. So I think that this is going to be a death knell. You're gonna need a really good top deck to get back in there from here.
BLS with no answer to it for a few turns.
Yeah, pretty much.
You go like BLS, Nice Boy Solemns, CC Solemns the Solemn. That's the ideal situation.
Although actually, I think actually that they just drew the card that was wind blasted. So, oh my. I think this is game. Yeah. But it was just game one. Some interesting cards got revealed though.
Not over yet.
With 2 Magical Merchant in deck.
My new favorite card right now.
Mascus is probably screaming.
Yeah, he don't like bugs.
Speaking of bugs, though, there are some decent insects in Go format, but the problem is that they really
have no
only
synergy with anything.
Yeah, really, they're only good in degenerate decks, and in those decks, you could just play something else, and it'd still be just as good, if not better. Like, there's Pac-Man, which can use insects, and like you could even use Howling Insect in that deck, but I don't know. It's mostly just the Magical Merchant and Jirai Gumo that we see, and we see those rarely, but they do
Yeah,
pop
they're
up.
just splashable cards.
Looks like Nice Boy just went to the bathroom. It's very curious, but yeah, I guess I'll talk more about the insects because I made an insect burn deck before, and that was uh interesting, we'll say. I got the idea. Well, I technically had the idea already, but the main deck was actually uh mostly innovated by Chopper. But really, howling insect into your flip insects is really as far as the insect line goes, because unfortunately, in Go format, we don't have Doom Dozer to actually bring the insect deck together. And looks like we're about to start here.
Yeah, Doomdozer would bring it to life.
So I'm guessing we have Delinquent Duo in hand for Sechi, considering, yeah, they have Delinquent Duo signed by them, which they say brings some good luck. I have felt its wrath myself, so. Ooh. What's this?
That's a gift from CC Gucci.
Well, at least they got rid of the faith there. A 1,000 life points to get rid of a faith in the opponent's hand. Still pretty decent. As long as they don't drop chaos on you. Ooh, Nobleman. Desert Sunlight.
Said no to that nobleman. We're gonna get a double duo.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But Nice Boy does have the Serpent already, so only gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. But always happy to have your faith protected. CC does have the Thunder Dragon in hand to turn into a real monster if they need to.
Yeah, that's very true.
And has potential for like a duo Summon Suki duo again play for later on.
Very nice. Nobleman.
Saving the Faith can be really big if you have a Suki to follow it up with. Like, it sucks when, like, you draw Desert Sunlight Dead, but when you get the combo off with it, protecting off a Nobleman, it's an awesome card.
Yep, there's the 1,000 life points to get rid of one real card. The spy still could have been annoying. It wouldn't have got another spy, but still could have been annoying to deal with. Ooh, Jar of Greed. You know, canonically, Pegasus used Jar of Greed, so...
Oh, really? In Duelist Kingdom?
No. In the movie, apparently they added it to his deck because for the movie, they actually, in one of the books, ooh, it looks like we're going to see a number, okay, I was going to say maybe we see a third. Ooh, so it actually would have been good to go.
Yeah, the duo would have been better there. But yeah, this Faith's still on the board.
Yeah, and now with Sook, this is potentially going to go real sour. Yeah, in one of the novelizations of the movie, they released the full deck list for every person in the movie. And Jar of Greed and Solemn was also in Pegasus' deck. Why wouldn't he play Solemn, honestly? He owns the company that prints the cards. Now, a BLS would be very painful here. I'm surprised with all of these cards that they didn't have anything to set before. So they must be working with a very monster-heavy hand. Well, I know two of them for sure are Thunder Dragons, but other than that, could be a Snatch Steal in hand. Ooh, Snatch Steal on the Faith. This is... Things might turn around. Or not. Well, at least you got rid of the Sook loop now. I was thinking maybe they were gonna summon their own Tsukiyomi. That would have been painful.
CC having a hard time getting over this 1600 Thunder Dragon?
Yeah, Thunder Dragon 1600 is not an irrelevant stat for sure. Like, even forces the opponent to have to discard for Tribe even, and Breaker can't get rid of its counter unless it's going to crash. Against Warrior decks, it's not as relevant, but it still has some relevancy.
Yeah, there's like an intricate attack point relevancy for almost every card in GOAT format. It's pretty cool.
Okay, so they're not going to book it.
think like probably 500 to like 950 is probably the least relevant.
Uh, 500 can run over Zook in defense mode. So there's that at least.
Sook, what do you mean?
Sorry, I said I was looking at Magician of Faith, but I said Tsukiyomi. My bad. Yeah, Magician of Faith, 400 defense, so I guess 500 is relevant there, but
Yeah, not many 500 attack monsters in GOAT format, strangely.
yeah. But speaking of that, gotta
Nice play.
tribe
Held the
tours.
ground with the 1600 before, but Suki will be able to clear this.
Yeah, at the very least, if there's not something even better to summon. Oh yeah. But speaking of relevant stats, most people prefer to play Mystic Swordsman level 2 because it has 900 attack. Oh, well, that's definitely a game.
But yeah, the
But-
whole
Sasuke Samurai, the just named Sasuke Samurai, not number 2 or 7 or whatever.
has the defense to live up to
Yeah.
a weenie attacking it.
Yeah. The most common one being if they book your monster on the attack and then they flip a faith, they can't run over your monster, so they have to commit an actual monster to get rid of it.
Yeah, and I've wondered many times of which one actually is better, because people just automatically say the 900 is, but I'm not sure that there's any like real math behind that of one being better than the other. Like there's a difference of like the clock that the 900 could put you on, but how often is that more relevant than the scenario that you just laid out of like the book then flip faith thing happening? Although I feel like book has lost its luster lately. People kind of just play like one copy Book of Moon now, it seems. So
Yeah. Even the GOAT decks are running one book. Some people still do play more, but yeah. It is nice for either case for Earth to get some representation, although I'm sure Wind is very sad that pretty much no Wind monster is regularly played in Go format. Not even Twin-Headed Behemoth.
So we ran a poll today for those of you watching on the YouTube page, and the question was, which deck do you see winning today's event? And 53% say Chaos Turbo.
It does have the most representation. I'm not saying in this tournament, but in general for tournaments, it usually has like 25 to 30% plus representation. So you're kind of it's easy to say Gas Turbo is going to win. Is it necessarily because it's the best deck? I wouldn't be able to say, but it has more representation than most other decks. So either way, you're kind of giving yourself an up on that.
As we go into game 3, we have a new poll up of who you think will win this match. Nice Boy or I Love CC. If you're joining us on the YouTube page, go ahead and throw your vote in.
Starting off with the classic T set. Reminds me, a lot of people that are newer to Go format will declare the effect of Thunder Dragon in hand, which is entirely unnecessary. Because there's only one card that anyone's going to be able to activate in that scenario, Divine Wrath, that I know of. There might be another one, but pretty much Divine Wrath is like the only one that comes to mind. And they're definitely not gonna run Divine Wrath in most decks. But who knows? We did see someone get top 8 with that Mishmash deck that ran like one of a bunch of random traps, including Divine Wrath. And it does have, relevancy in that it's one of the only ways besides Solemn to stop a BLS that's coming down. When they use their priority, you just Divine Wrath it.
And a roulette barrel from CC. Did we see Shining Angels at all earlier?
I don't think so. I don't remember seeing one.
English roulette barrel is such a weird looking card. It looks like Buzz Lightyear's blaster or something.
Yeah, it is. It is weird. I know they had to change it.
Make a gun without making it look like a gun.
It is weird that they didn't go the blowback dragon route though, where they just change the barrel itself. They literally changed the whole thing.
It doesn't look like roulette and it doesn't look like a barrel.
Yeah. There's 5 and a 5. I wonder which one I Love Sichi Kochi is going to pick. Alright. Well, for the same reason, though, that Spy is not the same exact reason, but Spy with the 2k defense is very relevant, and so, too, we're seeing is the Roulette Barrel, but tributing over it for the Thunder Dragon. So there's a wall gone. But got a little bit of damage and prevented a Souk. Ooh, okay. We're seeing another time seal. It's good with your time seals to give your opponent time to switch off auto draw. Otherwise, it becomes a whole mess. MST on that face down. Ooh, Regeki break. Are they going to go for the monster? Indeed they are, and it was a faith.
Now we've seen CC playing these time seals for multiple tournaments in a row. And I'm a fan of the card, but I just don't see it working out.
Yeah. It's hard because
I would also think if you're going to be playing Time Seal, why not play Wing Blast with it?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Wing
That's
Blast
going to do
over
it, though.
Regeki break. Yeah.
So for those of you who voted Dice Boy, you are a winner today.
Yep, and there's another reason why Solemn is very dangerous to use if you shotgun it. Technically, they weren't really forced at all to do it, but I think they were feeling a bit high from the advantage that they were gaining. Where are we at in the tournament?
We're gonna jump down to losers bracket so we could watch a match of Alephia versus Snatch Steel.
Let's see. Philephia's run something spicy. Looks like they're running a control cat deck. That's my initial feeling based on seeing Rescue Cat and Metamorphosis. That's really cool. I've seen a lot of people theory crafting about a control cat deck before, so it's nice to see it in action. I am curious what is happening right now. Oh, I'm guessing that they are... Okay, they're summoning off of Cyberjar.
Snatch Steel with some cool tech of Chiron the Mage.
Chiron the Mage. That card... It's very difficult main deck, but in side deck it can get rid of stuff like that Decree that we saw that Alephia is running. They have Decree in the graveyard right now.
I wonder if Alephia's going for a game shot here.
Could be. Depends on what they have in the deck for targets. Yep, and this is why... Yeah, you run the Milus Radiant. Ooh, yeah. Oh? Okay. Alright. I don't think that last one was necessary, but when are you gonna be able to say, hey, I won with Fusionist on the field?
The Master of Fusion.
I wish that they had flavor text on the vanilla fusions.
We're gonna move over down. We're gonna hop back into another loser side match. We're gonna go back to I Love CC and Krebs, who we saw both players earlier today, and both are making a good losers run, so let's check it out.
Are we gonna see the fifth? Yeah. We've got a full Whopper.
I haven't seen the full Whopper in a while. Where'd the dust shoot?
Yep.
I don't think Krebs has seen it in a while either.
This has got to be a strange looking hand, I'm guessing, based on that reaction. Either that or it's full of bomb cards. Pot Duo Charity, Thunder Dragon. This is a good first turn for both players, it looks like. So they've got Dekoichi, Trinity, and Tsukiyomi. Well, I think the first order would be Pot of Greed. And then from there, you can decide what you want to do.
In the Solemn on the Pot, we saw this work out for Ivan Rosito versus Carl Waite earlier today. And I think I agree. You stop the pot, you let the charity go.
Let's see. Are those cards good or not? Probably gonna get rid of Duo, considering the opponent's empty-handed. That's one of the things against a lot of decks. Duo becomes dead pretty quickly.
Yeah, very lucky that Krebs won the rock, paper, scissors to not get Trinity turn one, was actually able to counter it as well as anyone can.
Ooh, gets rid of Faith and Duo. I guess Faith here isn't very good at all, so it makes sense.
Indicating no answer for the Blade Knight attack.
Yep, I was just thinking it's possible they've got BLS.
Yeah, Krebs not having the second Solemn. Even stopping the Pot of Greed, just super strong, really broken open hand for CC.
Yeah, the power of Graceful as well, we're seeing. Even when you have to discard good cards, still could be a really powerful card. I mean, they knew what their hand was completely, and then they had no idea after the Graceful, and then, yeah. Set card could be anything, could be a bluff, could be Torrential, could be Mirror Force. I mean, I think they have the Dekoichi anyway, so I think, personally, I would just swing in and then set Deco. But you could also just summon it and be like, hey, have that answer or you die. Because they definitely didn't have TT last turn. Do they not even attack?
Now they set and passed.
I don't know.
I know you already saw
that
one.
would be-
You already saw one Sakuretsu. Like, make them have something else.
Yeah, I mean, they could literally have nothing. So, not attacking, I don't see why you would choose not to attack unless, like, you are digging for Storm or something. But I mean, I'd rather just have them have the answer. I don't know about this. This is, I don't know.
Well,
I think it's
the argument would be like you don't want to like say you attack and he does kill it. You don't know that he has nobleman, but you could very easily fall into like a mystic swordsman or blade knight spot and just start to get rolled over. You know.
True. Looks like we're on hold while someone uses the bathroom. Sorry, I don't know why I said that, considering that's not the reason why. I should be awake now, but apparently I'm not. Someone's got a phone call. Yeah, duel could technically have been over already, but like you were saying, if they did have an answer, it is possible that they could have just started running away with it.
But you are giving Krebs time to draw into like snatch deal with a solemn set. So what changed that now you're going for this?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I don't get with CC's play sometimes is like you got to make that hard commitment. Like him setting an extra card, now you're willing to go for this type of stuff.
The start step, I think they mean, or do they mean main phase into battle phase?
I think he's saying when you enter the battle phase, activate MST. But it looks like a typo, so we'll see in a second. So even if he did have a Blade Knight for like the Dakochi or something, he had the Mirror Force to protect it too.
Yeah, I don't see how the MST changes anything.
He's looking for a Solemn, so like he might have a battle trap to use here, and he wanted a Solemn before he wanted MST, so he couldn't Solemn it at that point.
True.
So he's not gonna attack now. Wow.
I don't know about that.
And just gonna end here.
I don't know. They've been giving their opponent way too many turns to find answers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Krebs here, just pass back because your bluff already worked.
Yeah. And are they going to just do the same exact thing again and then still make the same move? Tribute for Jinzo. No.
Okay, so you're in the exact same spot you were a turn ago. Now you're gonna avoid a Mirror Force. I mean, he's gonna take the 11. That's not a big deal. Well, not gonna. Okay.
So it was a Saku the whole time. Actually, no, that was set after the fact, I think. But either way,
Possible that CC does have the Solemn to go with it now. But this BLS now in defense is going to be vulnerable to Suzuki Samurai. Or Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, rather.
yeah. Oh, it looks like Exiled Force, though.
Krebs not going to play around. Just going to pop it off.
Not gonna try the cheeky attack and then tribute.
Which you would think after just Sakuretsuing the Tsukiyomi, he might have gone for the Ninja Grandmaster there. No lights in the grave either, so I mean, it could have loaded up a light. But I understand just wanting that BLS off the board too, you know?
Yeah, you never know.
With only 4,000 life points. Not sure why you opt to attack. Here's. I guess this is.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We see Mask of Darkness.
Both players opened very strong, but Krebs did it in a way where his late game is going to be better than CC's because Krebs hasn't used Pot and Graceful already. He just opened up with the whopper of Blade Knight and 5 back rows, whereas CC has already burned Trinity and BLS.
Oh, Mirror Force. Okay. So at least they're...
So was it Mirror Force the whole time?
Yeah, so I guess they were vindicated in their actions.
Good job, CC.
It sounds like they're watching the stream while they're playing.
Yeah, it's on a delay.
Solemn. Okay, no solemn.
Vindicated or not, I don't know that that makes it the right play, but
at least they were making...
it was the right play at that time.
The right read, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which, I think Krebs using that Sakuretsu on the Suki kind of did tell that the other card could be Mirror Force. To, like, not take the 1100 there, like, really, kind of reveals that you weren't that afraid of the BLS, right?
Mm-hmm. Again.
Yeah, we saw this be CC's downfall before. Of using all these Solemns, but it does protect the Sinister Serpent. Which can be very vital because you're running stuff like Regeki Break to keep it alive.
Both Nolmans are gone. Oh, so that kind of flagged what kind of card is face down.
I think you Solemn this here if you have it.
Well, they would have solemned earlier because they would have had game if they had solemn.
Right.
But yeah, for sure, if you had it, that would be another good time to do it.
Torrental, maybe? 2 Sakus and Mirror Force burned already.
Could be another Sakuretsu. Yeah. So we were talking about not using a lot of battle traps, and now we see the full suite.
Rhoda for Krebs? No, a pass. And this is still game 1, I believe.
I think you're right. Yeah, this is game 1 with the Whopper opening. You know, I think SP stands for Serpent Phase.
Might as well.
It is weird when you think about it that these games have a specific phase that the only thing it does is this is when certain cards activate.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you see the Magic the Gathering influence of Yu-Gi-Oh! For sure.
Yeah. Man, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Was super weird when they were first starting to make it, though. That's why you see, like, the Duelist Kingdom rules, that was halfway between actual Yu-Gi-Oh! And halfway between what they had before. Because they used to move your cards around on, like, a map that had different terrains and star signs that changed your card stats. It was crazy, dude. And then when they put it in the manga, they made it a lot simpler than what it was.
And Krebs is looking pretty good for a while in this game, but it's looking like it's gonna go CC's way now.
Yep, and it's interesting to note the only life points that have been lost in this game so far are from Solemn.
And you can vote again who you think will win this matchup. BLS, a potential way out here for Krebs. Not sure if it will be enough.
I think they did what I did earlier and accidentally hit banish on BLS when they mean to declare effect. Interesting. So I guess they have an out for the Sork.
I hope so. I mean, Book of Moon can stop it. Okay, Snatch Steal. See, like, if you're not going for game here, why not just Snatch first and attack a set first? And then summon the BLS?
True.
I mean, Mirror Force is gone already, but I guess doing it this way plays around Torrential.
Yeah, true. Okay, just banish itself.
I think that was a well-played turn from Krebs there.
Yeah, because next turn, whatever they have, they can banish it whether or not they're flipping it. Ooh,
Oh, wow.
Snatch Steal.
Doesn't have another 1,000 to put on the board, though.
Let's see. Ring has not been used yet, but they would just kill themselves.
CC gonna take game one. CC has come close to getting a World's invite this year, but has not made it there yet.
Yeah, they have accomplished some pretty crazy stuff. I know that they won a tournament where they had a 46 card deck or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, it was a 46 card deck, and it was running Jaro Greeds and Upstart Goblins, but they won the tournament, or maybe they didn't win, but at the very least they topped that tournament.
getting to the finals today is enough to get a Worlds invite. If you guys would like to play in these events, then check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/goatformat. All the links also at goatformat.com. These are monthly events where first place gets a invite to the Go Format World Championship as well as a World Championship Qualifier playmat. When we hit 30 more players, top 2 get an invite. So check it out. Join the $10 tier, and we also have weekly Friday events if you are looking to really get your goat grind on. So patreon.com/goatformat. And the people were voting that CC is going to win this match with 83% votes going towards CC. But Krebs may have something else to say with a pot graceful opening here. Krebs really fought pretty. I mean, they opened decent too with a Blade Knight 5 back row, but like CC literally opened pot graceful delinquent duo.
So, yeah, if the turns had been reversed there, that would have been absolutely insane.
Yeah, so it was a very good game 1 here. But CC did make some great calls playing around a Mirror Force game 1. And I think it did lead them to the win. So we'll see what they can do for game 2 here. I gotta think that the Warrior deck does have a pretty good advantage in this matchup. But opening with the Summon of Kaiku is probably not ideal for Krebs because they want to be able to turn off flip effects with Blade Knight, which they will now not be able to do.
There was no dust trap shoot this time. Exile Forest. They did show us that they play Solemn, so they're possibly thinking about that. Sakuratsu armor of their own. Makes sense. They're a very trap heavy deck, you could tell, because they use the Mask of Darkness. And of course the Solemns. So it makes sense for them to have the battle traps. Looks like we're paused here. There we go. Looks like they're good. Upstart. There's Pot of Greed. Looks like God says no to the quote-unquote goddess. Ooh,
It's looking like
breaker.
it's gonna be another close one.
Oh, looks like it wasn't solemn after all.
Both players with pretty strong openings again.
Ooh, premature burial. Ooh, it's starting to look really bad for CC. And it was roulette barrel. That would have been really good if not for the exiled force.
CC does have light and dark set up though.
Very true. Yep, your opponent's not activating anything.
Pot and graceful engrave. Up, there's the sorcerer. And Krebs in a must-win situation. They are down a game. Wow,
Ooh,
big
Mobius.
Mobius.
But the Book of Moon every time.
Yeah, and CC does have double Thunder Dragon in hand, so Krebs should be able to follow up on this if they have a monster.
It's a pretty good monster too.
Gonna pump it up with a back row. CC still loaded for chaos though. Krebs doesn't have chaos fodder, but level 2 will go through. Wow, hitting the spy, that was huge.
Let's see if we could turn this into a miracle.
Mirror Force already burned.
Unlikely that they'll play into Torrential unless they have a song. On the BK.
Yeah, taking out the Blade Knight. What do you think Krebs has set?
I don't know. To be
Spy?
honest, it's possible, but I don't know if you side in Spy necessarily for this matchup. But
I mean, I think his brother Sdl Killer would, but I don't know if I don't think they usually play the exact same builds as each other either.
looks like either we got some lag or they're
I
thinking
think that
about solid.
I think there's a universal Julian Book lag going on right this second, because I just saw other people saying they're having issues.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dueling Book's been having a lot of lag lately.
It has not been great the last few weeks, huh?
Hopefully, fingers crossed. I shouldn't even say anything, but I'm not going to say the full thing. Oh,
Wow,
the set.
probably the Serpent there.
Yeah. This is going to be.
Oh wow, it was another level 2 set. And this is gonna be game. Well played by both players.
For the record, Sasuke Samurai also would have won.
Yeah, because the life points did make a difference there, but it was enough to clinch it out one way or the other.
That's game 2. We'll see how things go. We'll see if CC opens up with Trinity again. Well, we're starting off with the duo. The quote-unquote signed duo. Hit the Nobleman. Potentially a good hit. And an MST. I don't know why they keep doing it this way. I've never seen them do this before, so I'm not sure why they started putting the Thunder Dragon down and hitting Declare. Because there's literally nothing.
If there's a charity here, Krebs is gonna lose it.
I don't know. that could be a jinx.
Well, there's the pass. So this actually does leave you kind of open because like you do have 2 dead cards in your hand now. Is the one thing about Thunder Dragon. Like early game, it is not. It could be a great card to have early game, or it could be a very bad card to have early game.
Yeah. Feel like okay, MST. Okay. Good card to hit with MST. And there's the Graceful. So maybe. Okay, so I think they're gonna get rid of this Kaiku and summon a Chaos. What I'm feeling. Yeah. I think they just missed what their opponent did. Yeah, they didn't see their opponent activate Book of Moon, it looks like. And I think they're confused. Curious. I was gonna say if they had a Breaker or a Kaiku to follow that up, that'd be really strong. Not that getting rid of a BLS is bad. There's a solemn face down for CC. I think this is wrapped up. No, I can only assume any. Okay. That's gonna be game. All right. Again, we saw why Kinetic Soldier isn't necessarily the strongest, although it did make them have to set a BK. So there is that. But they still were about to run it over with the Kaiku. And there's the Sorcerer, which can run it over in attack mode as well. And the Breaker. They don't really run Skilled Dark Magician anymore, but they used to in the Warrior decks. What game are we gonna check out next? I'm guessing he had to take a step away. So I will commentate for a game you cannot see, which just ended. Never mind. We are going to go on break for a moment here, it looks like.
Congratulations to CC on the win there. We are going to go over to Pui versus Lucas. For winners finals. It looks like Pui is 1 game 1. With Gravekeepers, very cool. Second Gravekeeper deck we've seen in the tournament today. Pretty good matchup for Gravekeepers against Chaos Control. You can really get a lot of pressure damage in on the GOAT tokens. Again, we thank you all for joining us today. Please check out in the descriptions. We have the information for joining GOAT Format Championship 17 coming to you on April 23rd. It is a free event with a $1,000 plus prize pool. Follow the links in the descriptions or check out goatformat.com. Join the GOAT Format Discord and join the free entry $1,000 plus prize pool of GOAT Format Championship 17. Looks like Pui does have a warrior package here with the Gravekeepers. We did miss all of game 1 here, so don't have too much info. But the Blade Knight hitting a Sangin, ideal situation for Lucas here. Can at least grab a Sinister if they want to wall off the Blade Knight. But gonna get DD Warrior Lady, so going for a more offensive approach or possibly needing a light monster. If they do have Chaos, they're going to want to play it as soon as they can to get it out before Necrovalley hits the board.
I am back. What game are we looking at?
We are in winners finals with Pui versus Lucas Gustafsson. Pui is up game 1. Pui is on Gravekeepers.
Seeing a lot of Gravekeepers today. So I guess it's a good thing that we made that Gravekeepers channel. Ooh.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out the GOAT Format Discord, you can find links on goatformat.com where we have channels for all the top decks where you can post deck lists, get reviews of them, and discuss with other top GOAT Format players the best builds for the current meta of the most viable decks.
Looks like another duo start for someone. Ooh, and King Tiger.
Very good for Pui. Gonna be able to turn off any scapegoats plays for Lucas. Stop any Thousand Eyes restricts from coming out. Does Pui have the answer to the Mirror Force? No. Now, I would love to see Gravekeepers secure an invite here, but I know Lucas is not going to make that easy.
No, for sure. His Mimic putting on pressure. Not quite as good as a Sangan, but you know what? It's doing a good enough job right now.
Before you got back from the game, it was a big turn one play of the Blade Knight actually ran into the Sangan, as that's where Lucas searched the DD Warrior Lady, but then we followed up with a duo hitting the Sorcerer, which was probably the reason Lucas was searching the light off the Sangan, trying to get that Sorcerer played as soon as possible before Necrovalley hit the board.
Can you hear that cat?
I heard that, Rescue Kitty. Don't worry, I have a screaming cat. A big ol' orange boy. And we saw Lucas does play Nidoria, so has the option here to bring out something that can actually answer the Kaiku, or might go for something like another Tomato or a Reaper.
Got that Nidoria.
Baby Jinzo.
So for Pui, they're hoping that hoping for them that these back row are real for them. But Lucas's back row could also be real, including maybe even a Solemn.
I wonder how much, if we cited out Gravekeeper stuff, I don't see why you would cite it out in this matchup. But we haven't seen any of the cards yet for game 2 here.
Yeah, and thing too is that the Gravekeepers are actually really bad when you have King Tiger, because they all die to it if you don't have Necrovalley.
No, none of them die to it. It's only 14 or less.
Sorry, the spies would die, but other than that, you're correct. Other than the ones nobody plays.
So stopping the snatch here now puts Lucas in the position of, if you ram this Nidoria, you lose your only light monster. And you haven't seen a battle trap yet. I think switching to defense, probably the safe move here. No, gonna go for just popping the Nidoria, and Pui gonna ring it. Pretty good trade for Lucas, dropping Pui down to 850. Their own ring gone, though.
You're alright. Gonna have the Sasuke get rid of that without letting them draw.
And the pot of greed in that spot is something that could happen in a GOAT format matchup of you're feeling like you guys are pretty even, and then a pot of greed comes down, and Puig, she's just able to take it up a notch there. Lucas going for the MST play to try to snipe a Solemn. Has already used the Mirror Force though. $36 enough for game. Goat. And Puig does it and will earn a invite to the 2022 Go Format World Championships. But can she take the full win? We'll find out later today.
Still a really big victory, though.
Oh yeah, awesome. Great job. Oh man, do we go to see Cece's run here or hop down to Alethea?
Well, we haven't watched Alethea yet, I don't think.
Alright, so we'll pop into there. It looks like we were in game 2 of
Oh, no, wait, we did. We did see them before.
Very briefly.
Yeah.
So, loser side, round... Jeez, what is this? A deep run. Round 6 here, and Alethea's down a game.
Do you want to say we've been seeing Night Moves doing really well lately?
Yeah, Night Moves new member to the community. And has been having some pretty good runs.
I'll be right back.
Alethea just knocked out Ivan Rosito in the round before. The #1 ranked player. Alethea going to trade Blade Knight, or trade their Breaker for a Blade Knight here potentially. And Night Move's going to Mirror Force, so Alethea getting the +1 off Breaker. I'm going to hold off with swords.
Sorry, my dog had to go outside.
I understand. Oh man, Alethea just setting a Milus Radiant there, really signaling a weak hand.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of using that in the cat deck. You kind of have to, especially in this build, because it's a cat control deck. You need the level 1 as well.
But one of the worst cards you can hard draw.
Yeah, you never want to draw it. That's the problem.
And I think Alethea does have a chance to clear the board here.
Yeah, one of them will be a crash, but the other one will be able to run over. And they're going to grave at the end of turn anyway.
Yeah, drawing that Mylius really can be brutal. Oh man, they're going for double cat. No, hitting
Oh,
Sangan
Sangan.
here. Interesting. So
Maybe
I think
they have...
Turnade? No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I guess not.
So any answer from night moves here is going to be pretty brutal for Alethea. So now I have to decide which one do you want to clear off the board. Gonna opt for the Blade Knight. I like it. I think it's generally easier to get a light in the grave than a dark. And Blade Knight can get pumped up. But Alethea really playing from behind here. Down a game and not in the best board position either. Toronto would be great. Doesn't have it.
Didn't have the Mirror Force either.
Suki can deal with both of these, but it might take a big chunk of life points in between if they run it or have it in the board at the moment. And here's where you wish that like you had a Pot of Avarice legal in GOAT format with this kind of graveyard.
Yeah, cat decks would benefit so much from that. That would be insane.
Gonna book the Kaiku. And what did they search off? They got exiled. So great move from Alethea there. Gonna force night moves to have an answer for exiled going. Attack then pop. And really good choice of card because like to come back from this kind of spot you need those kind of moves to just work out.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it doesn't, but it was the right choice to go for it.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Mirror Force and Saku burned already, so it's possible this goes through. No, book gonna stop it. I wouldn't be surprised if Alethea just passes here.
Yeah. Makes you wonder what's in their hand, but it could be some more Milas Radiance. Ooh, my.
And I don't believe this is going to be enough for a game, or I guess it is.
18, 2000.
56, yeah. Was that enough for a game?
I believe so, yeah.
36, 46? No. Oh, it's at 2000, that's right.
Yeah.
56, yep. Alright, so that leaves us with Don't Copy and CC are probably already playing, or we wait for Knight moves and Rico. Let's see if Don't Copy and CC have a match going.
Yeah, it looks like they're in game 2.
And CC up a game.
I'm bringing out a Sure Priest, so maybe this is Don't Copy is on Chaos Control.
CC having a good day here with Pot and Duo in the grave again.
Yeah, they're getting...
They've been running hot.
Yeah. There's nothing they can do here, so... Maybe there's some lag. I remember one time there was so much weird lag on DB in a tournament. We opened up and I only got 5 cards and it wouldn't let me draw my last card. And we just sat there for like 4 minutes. And then they're like, screw this, and they left the game.
Don't Copy with at least one Thunder Dragon in hand. Gonna hit a Mask of Darkness, maybe?
That's what I was thinking.
Which will allow them to dust shoot again.
Mm-hmm.
Don't Copy already qualified for the 2022 GOAT Format World Championships. They did opt to grab the dust shoot. Will answer at the very least the Asura Priest in CC's hand. And the Sangan will be enough to protect from the Mask of Darkness.
The all-powerful Mask of Darkness. We've seen it in a few decks. It's not very common, but a lot of the chaos control type decks like to use it. Sorcerer, Upstart, and Nova to cross out. Looks like they're sending back Ashura. Alright, I guess we're seeing what this Upstart does.
Thunder Dragon would be optimal.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Doesn't look like it though. Shooting for their own Thunder Dragon.
Now this is rough that CC could have set a Faith here. There's not much Don't Copy could do about it unless they've got a Solemn or a Regeki Break or Wing Blast.
Ooh. Yeah, I had a feeling
Oh,
they had.
and they're gonna hit the
Oh!
Serpent.
Nice. And there we go. There's a Thunder, but it's a turn too late.
Yeah, one thing you could do there if you Don't Copy is wait till they hit main phase 1 to Regeki Break that. But I guess then CC could have flipped it if it was Faith first, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. No, the standby phase was correct. And they got to the Thunder Dragon. CC gonna be in pretty good control here now.
Yeah, not much of a point to banishing it there.
Don't Copy does still have the Serpent. Could potentially hit a Charity.
I think it's weird that even though they're running like this, all these traps, they keep ending up in a situation where they got no back row. The cards do not like to be nice to them in that regard. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because they keep opening Trinity. Cards do like them, but the traps don't like them. Ooh, Nobleman on that Serpent of all things. And just a concede to that. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, it was a tough spot. I don't know if I would have necessarily conceded there, but it was definitely a really tough spot. So, understandable. It's also probably really late. Actually, I guess it's
Move
like
on to
10 right
night.
now
We're gonna move on to
in
night
Italy.
moves versus nice boy.
T set versus triple set. Yeah, there's Serpent. Serpent faking out a lot of cards today. Graceful Solemn, DD Warrior Lady. Let's see what this face down is. It's yep, the Serp again. You always hate to have to do it, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Banish the Serpent. Oh, here comes Kaiku. Nothing engraved for it to banish, though. 4-3 back row, but 4 cards in hand for Nice Boy. Needs to find a way to get rid of this Kaiku eventually. Because apparently these 3 back row are not it. Snatch Steal's a good one.
Not good enough.
No. You had to think with 4 back row, at least one of them had to do something in that situation. There is finally a card that Kaiku can remove. But Book of Moon gonna stop that. Now, Nice Boy still has to find a way. Okay, knock will work there. Gonna say to actually get through his back row to get rid of Kaiku. Night Move's probably thinking if they really want to solemn that. If you got a second solemn, I think it's fair enough, but they could just be setting you up to summon chaos. Sasuke and Kaiku. And you're gonna see, yeah, another solemn. Even if they potentially had a game. Oh, there we go. I guess it really doesn't matter if they had banished or not with Kaiku, considering he still had the Thunders in hand, but didn't matter in the end, one way or the other.
Right.
So we got Warriors. Warriors doing really good this tournament. I feel like it has to have a very large representation. Although I suppose we've seen a lot of Gravekeeper Warriors as well. We've seen more people starting to play swords again as well. It's good against the aggressive decks. Might grab, yeah, Mystic Swordsman level 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and for a while we saw I mentioned this last tournament too, but we saw decks used to mostly opt for just one Mystic Swordsman level 2, but they've been running 2 of them lately.
Yeah, I mean it could be a game-changing card.
For sure.
Like stopping one flip effect can mean everything with how powerful Magician of Faith can be.
Yeah, and it could force plays like what we just saw where they had to summon Deco and try to attack over it. got the 8 more turn clock.
Pretty close on
Sorcerer.
resources still.
Yeah.
Definitely anybody's game. But a solemn can be the difference of how this game goes. It's not bad. 4,500, not the most life points to burn. But you do got to follow up right now. Oh, wow.
I was feeling something like that was gonna happen.
Do you attack? Do you put? Do you banish?
Yeah, the banish itself isn't very relevant, but still,
Just
if
not
you
losing the
just
source potentially is huge.
exactly,
Because night moves
exactly,
can't attack over a sorcerer in attack mode.
and you definitely want to get rid of the Mystic Swordsman too, because if you draw onto your flips,
You don't want it to just roll downhill.
yeah.
But it looks like that attack would have went through. Again, thank you everybody for joining us today. If you would like to play in one of these Patreon World Championship qualifier tournaments, number 15 will be next month. Just check out goatformat.com for links or go to patreon.com/goatformat and you can play in this event. Also, April 23rd, 2 weeks from today, we will be hosting Goat Format Championship number 17. It is free entry and it is a $1,000 plus prize pool. Check out the links in the description to sign up for Goat Format Championship number 17 or simply go to goatformat.com. Follow the links, join our Discord, free to enter. $1,000 plus prize pool, World Championship invites for the top 8 players. We're expecting a huge turnout. Already over 70 players have signed up and we're still 2 weeks out, so it's going to be a great event. Come check it out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cool stuff you can't get anywhere else as well. The play mats and the plushies as well. And even if you only get into the 8th place, there's still free entry into tournaments like this with the Patreon, I believe.
We will also have a door prize still to be announced that will be raffled off to a lucky winner.
Kaiku. It looks like there's only one monster, but a lot of ways to recover from that in hand.
Yeah,
Jargreed.
this is not a bad hand for. He would have. Nice Boy definitely would have liked that breaker, but still a solid hand with the Jar, Upstart, Torrential, Sakuretsu. There's no easy move for Night moves next turn, even if Nice Boy didn't play any of those draw cards.
Yeah. Looks like heavy consideration going on here for what card to discard. If nothing else, there's always the Jar of Greed. Oh, okay. Discarding the Tribe and the Sinister. I guess the Jar is good bait for back row removal. Oh, we've got a Berserk Gorilla for night moves. First time I think we've seen it on the aggressive side. Normally people were citing it in to fight against the warriors. Heavy Storm. Was the dust face down? The trap dust shoot. So good on Nice Boy for playing around that earlier. Now they're probably thinking it's probably a face down Serp. Curious what attack with Berserk Gorilla first, but it's 100 damage. Hopefully that will bite them in the butt.
And the pressure on from night moves.
Oh,
Big hit
okay.
there.
Surprised they even said it, to be honest. But you gotta do what you gotta do again.
Yeah, they really needed a faith in that spot. No Dark Engrave. Oof. This
It's
might
gonna
be
be
it.
hard. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to.
Unless there's like a pot of greed in that hand.
Hi.
Welcome, Lucas.
Thank you.
Another good run for these Patreon World Championship qualifiers from you. Sitting in losers finals right now.
Yeah, no, I haven't played these before, so it's a lot of fun to play them. So is this Warriors against Turbo?
That's what I think it is.
Triple Dust Shoot Engrave from Night Moves. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't played in these events, if you want to play high level competition and not a crazy big tournament, like these are perfect.
Yeah, but these are great if you just want to see if you can stack up, right? Because the GFCs and FLCs were very big. These are more dense in that sense.
And
Yeah,
like
there's
while it
more.
might be intimidating that like if you come in as a low level player that you're gonna have to play against like the high ranked players very early, it is great experience.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun because I played against a lot of players today who I think are objectively better than me. But you know, you can beat them anyway. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not chess. So
Yeah,
I think,
exactly.
and it's quite cool to just to see for yourself that you can pull it off. Because anyone can. You can pull it off. You can win. And the only thing that's stopping you from doing this is not playing, right?
Yeah, you can't.
That's
Let's
the
get
game.
into it. Wow, Night Move's gonna upset Nice Boy.
Well, I'm so happy.
I'm
Thank
happy
God.
to see Gorilla putting in some work.
So I believe Lucas and Cece are in game, so we're gonna try to rush over to there.
Is it just me and Agrodex left? Or what is CC playing?
Cece's on a Time Seal Chaos Control deck. And
Ooh, that's not a good one.
and it looks like Cece won game 1.
That's no good.
And Lucas I think is on Chaos as well.
No, he's on Warriors.
No, I don't think so. Oh, you played him, I guess
think,
you would know.
Yeah, I think I got it good.
Yeah, Lucas, one of the highest seeded players, and yet, like Lucas in here was
One
saying,
day we really have to ask him why his Discord name is Lucas with a K and a Z. His Discord name is Lucas with an A and an S, and his real name isn't even Lucas.
Yeah, I actually jokingly asked him to change it. I mean, you could change it to K and a Z,
It's very
right?
confusing. People think that you guys are each other all the time.
Yeah, I get that a lot. And it's
Because-
always that we're let down.
Yeah, because...
Oh, you're Lucas! And I'm like, no, that's the other one. And we're like, oh.
someone earlier today was even thinking you were brothers. Which
Why
is
would you
weird. Why
think
would brothers
that?
have the same first name? Yeah.
Just don't ever switch to a Dark Magician avatar.
No, I'm gonna do it one day. I'm just gonna go full imposter mode. Just embrace it. I am you now, still his identity. Wow, if this goes through, that's such a good spot for the Chaos player. If this goes through, you're in such a good spot. If it doesn't, you're so far behind. It's kind of like flipping a coin when you go for the Tsukiyomi like that. Because if you run into the battle trap there, you have burnt the battle trap that was gonna be irrelevant had you not gone for this line.
Say you don't go
But-
for it though. What good is it Suki doing you?
Well, thing is, you're not using your normal summon for something else.
But what are you
That's,
gonna use it on that a Blade Knight's
no.
not gonna run over?
Yeah, well, if you don't have a choice, then yeah, of course.
Like it's
You
a
try.
it's a flip if it's gonna be great or not. But I
But
think
most
it's
of these decks are built to be able to set something every turn, and of course into a plane that you might not want to, but
yeah.
you could even argue
th-
that you
that's
can
what I
do it
think.
anyway, because we're never gonna respect that it could be an actual flip, because
Like,
you
if-
wouldn't set it to the planet.
Say that was a breaker there with no counter on it. I think it's the 50-50, like you say, of is this good or bad? But I think when it's Blade Knight, you gotta just go for it. Like you have to make him have it when it's Blade Knight, because otherwise you're just always gonna be behind anyway.
But yeah, okay. So I love CC is making it clear that they are not actually the person in the picture. Ceci Kochi,
Yeah.
who we usually call CC. They're Ricky Gardy, and CC is a friend of theirs.
Yeah, it's difficult though to come up with a name to call them for their username without.
I love
just calling
CC.
them that. Yeah, but that's a lot more difficult to say than just CC.
Sure,
Anyway,
sure,
um,
sure. So yeah, I agree with you, Scully, but often you're gonna have a hand that has just a bunch of normal summons that wants to be set. And I think you can even risk setting a flip into a Blade Knight sometimes, cause
And just hope you
who would
draw.
do that?
And just hope you draw an answer for the back row.
I mean, the thing is, you can blank battle traps until you have basically taken over the game, often with the Chaos deck against Warriors. I feel.
I mean, the one benefit of if you go for that strategy is they don't want to put a second monster next to the Blade Knight.
Well, thing is, we're probably gonna think it's not a flip that Blade Knight can run over, right? It's a risky
Yeah.
strategy for sure, but I mean, it's not even unreasonable to just set the flip into a Blade Knight on turn 1 or 2, whichever it was. I mean, I'm not saying that's correct, but
I think that it's okay to do that if you don't have the Suki play. Like, just go
there
for the
are
Suki play
spots where you
first.
want to do it.
Especially,
Yeah.
like, he already had Thunder Dragon engraved, too, so, like, if the Suki died, like, he could have potentially summoned a cast monster.
Yeah, no, the upside on Tsukiyomi play is very high, and I think you often enough you're gonna have to try it, but not always.
So this spot's interesting because the Blade Knight will not be at 2000. Very unlikely when it gets snatch stealed here.
Yeah, since you would have to set 4 back row and a monster. Doesn't seem likely. Well, we have Thunder Dragons, so I guess that's an easy
This is
-2
game
hand
2,
side.
so probably Lucas trying to avoid getting Mobius here.
Mobius?
very true.
I don't think. Are you worried about Mobius? Maybe you are.
I think CC actually even played it on stream already.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not good with. You know, there are the film stars of the community who are very committed and who watch all the film, watch all the replays, especially when we're in the tournament. So we might change MST here. But I'm not like that, and sometimes you give up an edge because I don't know every single card I could know in these deck lists.
Yeah, MST is the only difference. And
Yeah,
okay.
I think we're.
They flipped the one with premature underneath it face down, so they thought that they were flipping the one that had
Okay.
premature.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
And now CC
Interesting,
could have
not.
gone for a
Whoa.
Suki attack play again there and chose not to.
But that's just the thing. Sometimes that's even when it works. Sometimes it's not even fast enough.
It might be
It's
better
just
just to get your snatch back, right?
roulette barrel.
Here's that
It's
roulette
crazy.
barrel wall.
So Scully, math question: how likely is it to pop a Blade Knight here?
I don't know, 1 out of 6 twice.
Yeah.
And 1 and 3.
Well, it's 11 in 36, I believe.
Which is 1 and 3.
Nah, that's 12 in 36. Yeah. It's close to 1 in 3. The odds of missing twice is 5 and 6 times 5 and 6. 25 and 36. Anyway, let's see if they write out the hand for us. I don't think Lucas did that when we played, so maybe we're not into taking notes publicly, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I personally just do not type them out when I play.
I type them out way too much.
If you're on stream, you should to help the commentary, but
I just can't be bothered to open a text document. That's...
screen, you gotta open the little scissors.
Yeah, no, I know people do that, but
You throw it
I
on
mean, if
your,
I keep,
throw it on your
Yep.
taskbar, you're all set.
yeah, I know. It's just, Sassy, always very what's the word? Behaving well. Well behaved. Respectable. I don't know. Big
99%
Tsukuyomi.
of the time.
So, can we deduce anything from that? There is chaos materials in the graveyard, so maybe you would pick a chaos monster rather than the Tsukuyomi. I think it's a fair guess.
Yeah, because they're gonna do the same thing, really.
Okay, spin the wheel.
Are we gonna see double fives again? Okay, no. Which number do they choose?
Well, I don't think it matters. I like Roulette Barrel. Is I Love CC playing Angel? No, they just play Roulette Barrel as Roulette Barrel. I think that's cool.
It's walling these Blade Knights right now.
Yeah, I mean it's another spy with upside, with downside. That's a light. It's cool. Here we have a big think. So we know that Isle CC is holding double Thunder Dragon. We don't have too much information on anything else. But they are cards that Lucas preferred Isle CC to have over that Tsukuyomi. Of course, the other non-Thunder Dragon cards might not even be monsters. It's pretty
So
interesting.
what's interesting is the roulette barrel's being played without angels.
Yeah, I
Did you
noticed
just say that?
too. Well, not
Oh.
not exactly, but close enough.
I don't know how much I like it as a standalone card.
It's very cute.
It's working out so far.
I mean, I've said many times before, Spy's greatest ability is not that it summons another Spy, it's that it's a 2000 defense wall. So you
Yeah.
can make a good argument for roulette barrel.
I think it's very cool. I like
Then we
it.
gotta start seeing Prickle
Oh.
Fairy played.
We're going for a play. Wow, Mobius. There you go. You call it, Scully. And the last cards in hand are Thunder Dragon plus 1 unknown. Snatch.
Ooh.
Snatch, good card. Not
I'm
lethal.
guessing it's not a monster, because otherwise they would just summoned it. Or
You would
they'd
think so.
typing.
What if it's something small? Like XL Force, Mystic Swordsman? Yeah, exactly. I think that makes sense. Lucas knows Isla sees his hand, so we don't. We only know that one of them is a Thunder Dragon. We don't know the other card. You can see Isla CC showing off a little showmanship, calling what they thought the set card was before they Regeki breaked it. Unfortunately, they didn't call it right. Actually, very unfortunately for them, because they just wasted the Regeki break, as it turned out. Of course, they didn't know that, or couldn't have known.
Upstart. Is it a good card?
Okay, keeps the game going potentially. I wonder what CC's last card is. Wow,
Mobius, probably. What else-
another Mobius.
What else could you not do anything with?
Yeah,
Well, could have been a flip.
why do you set the card? Wow, that's the game. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I think ILCC had a tough decision to make, and they
Gotta admit defeat still.
chose one option, and it turns out in this case the other option would have worked out a lot better.
The bluff's working out again.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, because you would think setting a Storm alongside your Premature into your opponent has shown Mobius
We saw
is a bad idea.
We saw
but-
Ivan Rosito blow out Carl for the win with a bluff heavy storm earlier today.
Oh, yeah, Ark told me about that one. That was... He had lots of opinions. So I'm looking forward to watching the replay, if I can get my hands on it. Wow, Lucas won that game. Didn't look too good for them when the Tsukiyomi ran over the Blade Knight, but Tsukiyomi proved to be just a tad too slow, I feel.
Well, there was also a spot where CC could have kept pressing with the Suki and chose not to.
But I think in that spot, they were at 4,000 life points facing 2 Blade Knights. So if you're another one, you're taking another 2,000 potentially. Or maybe even lethal. So it's a tricky spot, because I feel like these warrior decks were... While they are super weak to Tsukiyomi,
There's a lot of, like, as you were saying earlier, 50-50 have to decide what they have set plays.
yeah, it's...
But I think once you get one Suki through, and there's not new stuff set, you gotta just keep going with it.
I feel you, but still the roulette barrel that they decided to set, it was great.
They could have set it a turn later.
You could argue that that would have been better, but I don't know. The roulette barrel definitely stabilized there.
Yeah, if you hadn't had one Suki attack go through, I think you absolutely set the roulette barrel. But once one goes through, I think it's more to consider.
Yeah, no, I agree. For sure. I mean, at that point, you know that unless you're gonna end up dying for it, it's just such great value to keep pressing.
But I mean, you're right. You could die from it. Like he could have been like, okay, now I premium it back and attack for 4,000.
Well, he had already used the premium, but
Either way, summon something else for 2,000 and.
yeah, and even if we don't, say we just summon a monster and attack, like, it's still a sketchy position. At some point you have to stabilize, because if the warrior player keeps summoning once a turn and you kill something once a turn with Tsukiyomi, while in the long run you should win this. But if you're bleeding life points while doing this...
Yeah, I mean, there's the hope that you set that and then spend 2 more turns clearing it with the roulette barrel still out and hit a roll correct, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tricky spot where it's so hard to say, especially for us who don't have the full information of the hand. And yeah, I think that's something that's
say a
really
roulette
important.
barrel hit a 4, we wouldn't even have this conversation.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, most likely not. Yeah. But I mean, you could also argue that setting the roulette barrel is quite risky, because they hadn't even checked for knock or
And level
swordsman yet.
2s, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And in that sense, you could argue that.
Whereas you have checked for battle traps already with the Suki.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I would be leaning towards the Tsukiyomi line from the information we had available or have. But thing is also, the roulette barrel did work out.
What do you think
Like,
of
in a sense.
CC running Regeki breaks here instead of Wing Blast while maining time seals?
It's very interesting. I don't know.
You would think those two would combo together better, right?
You would think so.
But I guess that's
But
like, how often is that going to really come up?
yeah, I think it's more of a. But philosophically, like, both cards delay your opponent. Wind Blast and Time Seal. So I feel like if you
There's a chance for
used-
that to be a blowout.
Yeah, and also just like I kind of think of it like this when I build turbo decks. Do I want to delay my opponent or do I want to grind them out? Do I want to Regeki Break or Wind Blast? And I feel like once you have committed to playing Time Seals, you're kind of committed to going for the delaying your opponent philosophy. But of course, it's not that simple.
But then he's running Mask of Darkness as well, so that's like even more stuff where you can
Yeah,
combo that into a
Yeah,
whole
but
Roulette
extra
barrel's
win
still
condition
working out, by
almost.
the way.
Man, Roulette Barrel. Let's see if I hit it again. So, what are the new math question? What are the odds of missing twice with Roulette Barrel?
We're Yu-Gi-Oh players. We don't know math.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so if you roll twice, it's very close to 50-50. So we should have hit one of the Blade Knights, is what I'm saying. Wait, no, that's not how math works.
There's no should-haves with
Yeah,
dice
yeah,
cards.
Yeah. It's funny though.
Like Blowback Dragon.
I kind of like that Blowback Dragon and Roulette Barrel. We're just playable enough that we get to see them. But we're also just bad enough that we don't have to see them too much. Like, if those were the best cards in the format, then I don't know if that would be very good for Ghosts.
Yeah, pure luck format.
But I like
die roll format.
I like that they see play. I think that's very cool.
CC is very prepared for this warrior matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna need like a tribe to get rid of all of this, and even then, that 2 cards to do that. That's
actually quite funny, because if you look at the 6 players who are left in the tournament, Lucas, Night Moves, and Pui are all playing warrior-based aggro decks, right? And me and I Love CC are both heavily teched chaos control lists trying to beat the warrior decks. Well, I guess CC isn't really metamorphosis based, but still.
Yeah, it's
You get
more
the
like
idea.
a mask control deck, but they also
Yeah, more so, yeah. I think it was Ivan who
again.
told me before the last Patreon tournament that wow, we miss again. He expects most players to be on warrior, or that warrior would be slightly overrepresented compared to the larger tournaments, where it's a bit more diverse.
very unfortunate getting those misses with the roulette
Yeah.
barrel.
Missing 3 times in a row. That's
I don't think we've seen it work at all so far, but you know what? It's working as a wall, so it's still working.
yeah. I mean, it's just a plus, right? It's kind of like what the Scholar was saying, that the spy, the main strength is it being a wall. If it gets to summon another spy, that's a plus.
And this
But
is
not
what
the deal
CC
breaker.
kind of wanted to happen last game, of a wall up and then just use the Sukis to clear out.
Yeah, but this looks good for ILCC. We also won an important match in the War League earlier this week, so we're really on a heater. Fun to see. Duo 2. Wow.
Here comes the duo again.
I find it hard to be objective and a bit biased, because I keep thinking which of these decks would I rather play against. And I think it's Lucas.
Fear the roulette barrel. I don't know. I definitely prefer the OCG art on that, the roulette barrel.
I like the cartoonish look. I think Yu-Gi-Oh cards should be cartoonish.
Some of the TCG cards I prefer more, like Blowback Dragon. But,
Yep.
but I don't know. Because, like, no one plays this card, but Barrel Dragon looks really bad in the OCG. Because, like, it's so dark and you can barely even see anything and it has weird lighting. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I generally prefer the TCG art, but I'm not the kind of guy who cares. So, okay, Spy Mirror. This is something that I think Sdl Killer was the one to popularize, siding Spy in Warriors, and basically siding it in for every matchup, from what I can tell.
My idea.
Your idea, okay. I mean, now a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, I thought of this before and I tried it."
Finally a 4.
Nice.
Any targets?
Are we going to see Mobius summoned here?
You would think there's a target, unless it's in the hand.
Yeah, it could be in hand.
Because I wouldn't play Roulette Barrel before the third Spy. Yeah, no. Oh! Is this gonna be a Snatch? A Snatch would be 58.
Mobius.
Oh, Mobius.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
beautiful.
Mobius.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh, that's so much damage. That's like 34. That would put Lucas to 38.
yeah, get that roulette barrel in.
Alright,
This is
Lucas
beautiful.
gonna be in here with the Sewer Priest, then Creature Swap play. And then still be down by 11 cards.
Yeah. That's the issue. When you're losing to Chaos, you're losing.
Time for BLS, attack, ring.
Would
And,
sure priest
and a heavy, he's got an extra card, yeah.
Well, Storm is a good start.
would megamorph on a
BLS.
sure priest be really strong? I don't know.
Well, I don't think Megamorph is that good anymore.
Well, I mean, most people aren't gonna play it for sure.
He means the life doesn't
Well,
change.
Yeah.
I meant in this scenario.
He did have heavy BLS though.
I mean, that's such a Lucas thing to have.
This could
He
totally
always
be
has it.
game. This
Yeah,
is like
it
Time
could-
Seal and something else set. Time Seal MST set.
So you're another. Yeah, no, you just gotta attack.
36
can't.
on the spies.
You can't pass the turn here. Wow, what if this is game? That's insane.
If this is game, then CC really should have let the heavy storm go through.
Think?
Yeah, for
Maybe,
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, it's
still
not
a game.
over yet. Not over yet.
No Nox play yet though.
yeah, but they probably don't run any post side.
True.
They do have Tsukiyomi, so they might still run it. But yeah,
I don't
generally
think so.
I think it's safe to assume that they don't. But it's ILCC. So. Oh, not
Do
lethal.
this just to try to roll the dice.
you can't.
Well, you can't roll an 8. That's hard.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason if you roll a 6 you could destroy anything higher.
That's
guess
that's blind,
Blind
destruction.
destruction? Yeah.
Yeah.
A card that Lucas has never even read.
Yeah, I have not. When is it from?
It's a goat legal card. Phronic Guardian,
Wait,
I think.
is it?
It's a
Yeah.
trap card that does the same thing as Roulette Barrel every turn.
Wow, ILCC wins.
And a move
Wow,
on.
ILCC. I think this is a player we have to start respecting.
I mean,
We have
I
to.
stream them every single tournament, so
We have to
keep
start
doing
respecting
well.
roulette barrel.
Sure, that too. But I think it's more so ILCC than it
that
is
Roulette Barrel barely did a damn thing. The spies never
Come
cleared
on,
the board,
it
and it destroyed
it's-
one monster in like 8 rolls. Do not give any extra credit to Roulette Barrel that it does not deserve.
Well, to be fair, it did get rid of the one spy, which allowed them to run over the other spy and then attack directly for a bunch of damage. But
Sure.
and
But-
it did act as a 2000 defense wall quite a bit.
The spies were there the whole time.
Not the game they lost.
Not the game they lost, sure.
Okay, I'm reading Blind Destruction.
I love it, but it's really bad.
I've never seen this card. Not even when cubing, I don't think.
Cool
I didn't
artwork.
even.
I'm surprised you
didn't
never
even
saw it in
play it.
Cube. It's definitely been in the Cube.
I mean, maybe I did, but I don't recognize it. And I usually don't forget cards.
I think they made an upgraded version of it. Many
Who
years
would have predicted
later.
this top 4, by the way? This is so funny. We have people like Moxis, Ivan, Nice Boy, Alefia, Dingo in the tournament. Waite, Sdl Killer, Ever All Out, INC1, Matt Uber. Like half the field was probably seeded higher than the top 4. That's so funny.
Blind Obliteration is the card that they made based off of it. Roll a 6-sided die twice and destroy all face-up monsters with levels/ranks lower than the result.
But this is the new card, right?
Well, yeah, because it has rank in it.
Makes sense.
But Blind
mean,
Destruction, I definitely ran that as a kid, though. And
Oh wow.
yeah, I mean, I was also hard summoning Master of Oz as a kid, so that doesn't say much.
No, it's a. I mean, the card. I've seen worse cards. Looks cool.
Reminder to everybody, GOAT format Championship 17 is coming to you April 23rd with a $1,000 plus prize pool. It is free entry. There is a link in the descriptions to join the tournament. Entries are open, or check out goatformat.com and you'll find all the links there to join GOAT Format Championship 17 coming to you April 23rd.
I'm so excited for GOAT format Championship 17. It's just incredible. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is preparing for it, sharing decks or hiding decks, whichever, depending on who you are. A lot of fun.
Yeah, we could tell it's already going to be big. I mean, we said, rather Scully said something like 70 people already sign up, and usually people, a vast majority, wait till last minute to sign up. So,
But
We'll
70
probably-
are signed up 2 weeks before the tournament.
if I
Yeah,
didn't
just
misremember
about.
what Scully said.
That's incredible. Wow, I got us making you participation prediction. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see a lot of people there. I know we're gonna see a lot of newer players. Hopefully, get a lot of people interested in GOAT format, and they'll become regular faces after the tournament. And like Lucas was saying, even in these tournaments, you can still win even if you're brand new. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! As long as you know the fundamentals and you're trying your best, you can still win even against these people that are really good players. Like the last tournament, I beat Lucas, not this Lucas. I lost to this Lucas, Lucas, who last season I believe was the highest seeded player. Even though I'm pretty much a scrub and I'm not an actual competitive player, as you could probably tell by my commentary. But you can still win, and it's still fun even if you don't win. That's why we play a card game and not something like, as Lucas was saying, chess or other games where it's 100% about skill. We like to see the random probability in our games.
Alright, and we are starting off here with losers semifinals of I Love CC Coochie versus Night Moves. And no Trinity piece to start off game one for CC this time.
Uh-oh. This is
No.
when they need it the most.
Night Moves has been on the rise, as we said earlier, getting a lot of upsets. A relatively new player to the community.
Not only
And gonna get the
did they
clean level 2 shot in, as long as it's not a Sangin.
or SERP. Ooh, the magical merchant.
Wow, I don't think... Have we even seen the merchant from CC?
Yeah, we saw the merchant. They're running 2 of them. In
Must be a
fact.
card they're siding out, though.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen it resolved at all. That's probably why we forget about it so much.
What card?
Magical merchant.
Ah. I think that card, I mean, we barely have seen it recently.
I think it's an
But-
underrated card.
Yeah, it went from being played a lot to not being played at all. And I think it should be somewhere in the middle. Of course, Maskis might disagree with me.
Yeah, I know Cameron was talking about taking it out in the Go Control decks. It does make sense there, because if you dump your BLS, you're screwed. But if you have other Chaos Monsters, it's not so bad.
I love it in Go Control.
I think it's just a cool card overall. I think people are kind of deterred by the variance of it.
But we could tell I Love CC Kochi is not deterred based on the fact they're running Roulette Barrel.
True.
Rolling those dice is part of their game plan, and I approve.
I mean, when I started playing, I played Chaos Control. So I talked a bit to people about Chaos Control. And a lot of people didn't like the deck just because we didn't want to play Merchant. Because we didn't like when we milled their BLS or whatever. And I mean, that's obviously a thing, but I think it's more of a feel bad than the card actually being bad, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you're also playing Thunder Dragon, it's not very. It has more rather.
That's
weight
very
than
true, actually.
Backfire.
That's a good point. But then again, every now and then you're just gonna mill Light and Dark or even Serpent, right?
Yeah. So this just opened up chaos for CC.
Yeah, and that's because the Merchant is a light.
And that could have even been game. If that, because it was a Dust Tornado set, so if you dropped BLS there...
That would have been lethal.
So that was a risk Night Moves took.
Yeah, and I think good players will take the risk. If they realize that I'm not beating it Tsukuyomi here, then you just gotta accept that I'll die to BLS if there is one.
See what they've got in their hand.
You'll have to tell me if I'm making noise. I'm snacking a little. So I think ILCC's deck is very interesting. Have we seen like multiple sorcerers, or how many masks have we seen, or what's the story here? What's the deck?
I'm not sure if we've seen multiples of much else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure either. I feel like we've only seen one and one of each, but it could be more.
But I mean, if you've seen Time Seal, you would think there are more masks.
You'd think so, but they also played Time Seal in their warrior deck that they ran.
True.
BK. See a turncoat? Yeah. Just like Blowback Dragon. Always works for your opponent.
That's a bit... Like, how does night moves get out of this? We need to profitably deal with the snatch, I feel. So I think it's like
Breaker?
Storm, BLS, MST, Breaker. I don't know why I said BLS. I meant to say MST.
Earth BLS.
Heh.
Fortunately, we didn't get. Even later on, they didn't even print anything close to that for Earth. Crazy.
With that said, Gigantus doesn't look too bad here.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it would technically work out because if they run it over with Blade Knight,
Breaker.
you get the Blade Knight back.
Breaker coming down. Oh, that's so huge. So important.
Unless they've got Mirror Force.
But even if they had Mirror Force, that's still a... Yep, incredible.
Yeah.
And without the Mirror Force, it's just... almost dumb how good it is, right? It's so good. Here we have ILCC, Ricky Gardy, praying to Cecilia for luck.
See what we got. So curious what that face down is.
Wow. Okay. I mean, maybe if there's a Mirror Force off the top.
Very back and forth game, really.
And this is game 1, right? Yeah. Interesting. I feel like the warrior player feels like they really need to pull this one out. Because it looks like ILCC has built their deck to do well against warriors. And of course, warriors generally is stronger in game 1.
Ooh. Gonna bring back... Face down is Necrovalley King. And that's gonna be game.
Wow. But I mean, from a spectator point of view, this is probably the best outcome for us. Because it feels like ILCC should be favored moving into the post-sided games.
Yeah.
Wow. ILCC identifying a spot where perhaps they could have done something different, which might have changed the course of the game. But yeah, ILCC stands by the decision they made with the information they had, and they identified it to be correct, and they have not been presented with any information they had access to that they missed that would have changed that fact. And as such, we're still happy with their play, which I think is really good. We're recalling me, I was thinking of only watching to see their decks. That's not quite what I'm doing, but I mean, there's definitely an advantage to watching the games. Alright, Upstart Goblin. I feel like so often someone top decks and they need something, right? And they top deck Upstart Goblin into Pot of Greed or Graceful or whatever they needed, right? And in those scenarios, it's very apparent that Upstart is very good. I think we have been seeing it more and more last couple of years, and I think it's gonna keep being seen even more. I think it's only going upwards.
Yep.
Scully,
and
have you
okay.
changed your opinion on that? Or Scully might not be here. What did you say, Necro?
I was gonna say we even saw it being used in Cece's deck that was 46 cards. So
Upstart in a 46 card deck.
yeah, and
I mean, it does have some synergies, but
it was
yeah,
100% the reason that they did that is 4 and 6 for the letters for Cece Kochi.
What?
They did it because there's 6 letters in the last name, 4 letters in the first name, so they made it a 46 card deck.
Beautiful, beautiful. I like that a lot. Yeah, Sisikochi must be very lucky to have such dedicated friends.
Danzalug.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where, as the warrior player, you know that this is likely not connecting, but you kind of feel like
Oh man.
you have to go for it just in case it does, because it's so powerful.
Yeah, I mean either way, it either needs an answer or they lose a card. So.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow, that's so big.
Kinetic Soldier still proving to do nothing so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's such an interesting card. People go back and forth. Do you want the soldier? Do you want the gorilla? I think gorilla has been favored recently, but the soldier is still very good.
It's decent enough to have as a wall and nothing else. Ooh.
Yeah.
So what are you protecting here, other than your hand as well?
Yeah, because, I mean, it could be Spy or it could be Barrel.
I think it could be anything. Just not letting the Dawn
I
through
mean, if
it.
that's Faith, I don't know.
I don't want to take a hit from the Dawn. I think that's a big reason
That's
why you
true.
for judgment.
Here we
But
go.
yeah, well, in this scenario, it was an easy call, right?
So now CC hoping to drop a Mobius next turn, I'm sure.
Might be.
Yeah, and I think it's cool that because the Liquid was doing this recently in the FLC. Not the same thing, not even close to the same kind of deck, but the synergy between Spy and Monarchs. The Liquid was on Saborg.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is very cool. Why is it profitable to have it set?
I don't know why.
It's not
Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out.
The typical reason is
a torrential that you're not going to use in this spot.
Does Trap Hole work on flip summons?
I must be honest, I haven't read Trap Hole since I played Yugi Kaiba.
Let's see, trap hole.
My guess is they did it just to do it.
Yep, it
Well-
works when they flip summon.
Thing is, if Night moves reads into this and flips it face up, at that point, it's in attack mode. And at that point, it can be crashed by a Dekoichi. Yeah, no, there's absolutely no reason.
Wow. Yeah, I only brought that up because I have seen a couple of people actually run trap hole, including CC Kochi. So
Oh, that's cool.
You could
All these
you could
people
acid
play-
trap hole it.
True. I mean, you could judgment it.
If he torrentals now at the flip summon, yeah, okay.
I mean, you actually could judgment it. That's a real reason.
Mirror Force.
Like, if Nightmoose were to drop a... I don't know. Okay, no, okay. But it's actually better to have it set for a potential judgment, right?
Did Night Moves already know CC had the Suki?
I don't know.
Like, if they already had the knowledge, fine, sure,
Yeah,
play it just
they
to
don't-
fuck around, I guess. But if they didn't know you already had it, then you should not play it.
I mean, I don't think like this when I'm playing, but some players do. Maybe just throw a question to Nightmoves. Why did I do this? Have them think a little bit. Make them pause for a second. Perhaps overthink
Make them-
something.
Sure, which
See
is
it
why I say
deeper.
it's fine if you have already revealed the Suki. But if you haven't, then no.
But the thing is, if you haven't, then it's even more questionable why you would do it.
If you did it, I would just think, okay, he's making bad moves just to do it.
Oh no, I would give it a second thought at least. Why could we do this? I mean, I think honestly.
Yeah, sure, but then I'd run through all
it-
the scenarios very quickly and
Yeah, no.
come to
You're
that
not gonna,
conclusion.
you're not gonna spend like minutes thinking about this. It's like you're gonna take a moment, and if you can't figure it out, then you move on with your life, right?
Like, in some spots, that's a good move, a really good move. But like when you have spies out, it's like, what are you really baiting there?
Oh,
You're-
I'm not the kind of person to go for those kind of things ever. I just think play your cards in a logical fashion is the best way to go about it. But
So CC racking up the card advantage here.
They
yeah,
must have something they want to summon because they got rid of Ring.
but pitch the ring. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, they're at low life, so the ring isn't excellent, but it's still a ring. Good card, good.
Especially facing a Mystic
Oh.
Swordsman.
I think Sorcerer is better. It's
Got it,
interesting. In those spots, like here, when you know that the game is likely to end somewhat soon, you could consider pitching the Thunder Dragon to the Graceful. And just pray that in the couple of draw steps you have left in the game, you don't draw the second Thunder Dragon.
He could have faith right here with the Sorcerer. I guess not.
So we know that ILCC's hand is the double Thunder Dragon, soon to be Tsukiyomi, and one unknown card.
I believe so because the Serp also went to the grave.
Knight moves with plenty of life points, but 34 press on a turn is nothing to laugh at.
Well, they still could have another level 2 to get rid of the face down sort, but you gotta think at least one of these 3 back rows real.
Chaos live for Knight moves.
Sorry. I just read your announcement, Scully. I'm not gonna shout. So, ILCC looks to be in a great spot here. Ahead on cards, not under any immediate pressure, decent life total. Yeah. And of course, the sorcerer perhaps gonna start beating down here.
Nope.
Doesn't want to expose the sorcerer to a battle trap. Contempt beating down with the Tsukiyomi. But that also means that you're not making any progress in the sense of utilizing your normal summons. Like in these kind of spots, I'm tempted to start attacking with the sorcerer and perhaps even try to use Serpent to tribute some of your Thunder Dragons eventually and just slowly eke out pressure. But of course, this is also a very reasonable approach. Also highly dependent on what your back row is. If there are a couple of discard traps, then, you know, perhaps summoning Thunder Dragons isn't even profitable in this kind of deck. Top deck Charity for night moves. A lot of good cards we can hit here. Most warrior players play a second swordsman in the side deck. So that would be good, and all the Rotas would be able to grab it, or even an Exile Force, which
Yeah, they
also
even
on its
have-
own would be good. Second knock is left. Lots of good cards here.
Yeah, they even have chaos already, so VLS could land.
Yeah,
But it's probably
But-
at least one solemn face down.
yeah. Against 4 back row, you're not too optimistic. I mean, I guess Heavy Storm is also great. Ring is good once you burn through a solemn. Yeah, I think Night Moves has a decent chance at stealing this. Well, he has a shot.
They certainly have enough cards that they're not out of it.
Yeah, and there are enough relevant cards left. Like this card is Smashing Ground. It's not looking great here, but it's Bladed as well. They're not bad cards. So I mean, the other cards that they kept are stronger. That's saying quite a lot. Wow,
I'm trying to
this
avoid
is
solemn
interesting.
solemn.
Wow, I love this. ILCC, what a god. That's great. Hit the book. Well, not what they were aiming for, but regardless,
yeah,
I love to see those heads up plays.
Sometimes those moves can be all the difference. Like a lot of times, you don't do that Regeki break play right there, and you completely regret it.
Sure.
You're like I thought about it. I knew he probably needed to use all his cards to do anything, and I didn't do it.
I think at that point you're playing around Storm plus Judgment by using the break there. Wow, nice.
It was the Saku.
So do we set Serpent here if we don't have anything else? If we have something else, we definitely set that. But if we don't have anything else, I think I set the Serpent there, almost regardless of what my
Yeah,
back row
I mean
is.
they've got Thunder Dragons in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then Suit can mop up whatever they summon, really.
Sure, sure. And it's also just, it can block an attack. Or absorb an attack. I guess Yuga players don't do much blocking. That's good. That's good. And just as Scully was saying, if it gets another spy, then that's obviously fantastic, but it's still pretty good. Not quite as good as Roulette Barrel, of course. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
such a miserable spot if you're the warrior player, because you know that you're most likely gonna lose. You know it's gonna be slow and it's gonna be painful. But you gotta entertain yourself trying to look for your outs. That's very strong. Oh, it's like just think about Judgment. Is that why you pause here? Why else would you pause? It's Judgment, right?
Pretty sure. Well, it could be another book for all we know.
Ah, you don't think, do you? Maybe you do.
I don't
yeah.
think so, but I mean, it's possible.
Sure. I mean, maybe you do think. Like, at this point, you kind of have to piece together a way to win. And most of the time that's going to include that your hand already has some very powerful cards, such as BLS, Storm. I mean, you could even ring here. Just because your BLS is not getting through if it's a Kaiko on the other side, because Kaiko has text.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if you have a judgment here, I think you just okay, it's the book. So now it can get run over by the spy. That's the issue, or even Tsukiyomi. Yeah, that's a lot better actually. Yeah, this is rough. And ILCC in a Komoni positioner, triple back row. I think one of us definitely could be a judgment.
Ooh, Breaker. Maybe trying to bait out a Solemn. But if there's a reactor trap, I'd rather just activate that.
Think on summon. Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, it's. Well, okay. So what if you have something along the lines of Battle Trap, Judgment?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Very true.
Some combination of Battle Traps and Judgment. And yeah, I think this is what you do. Because Ring is such a big deal at this point. Knives the Judgment. Knives for night moves.
Do they want that face up?
Huh?
Do they want the spy face up?
Then it becomes liable to Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. But of course, set it's liable to Swordsman and Nobleman, so...
Yeah.
Well, this way it's liable to Chaos Sorcerer, if Night Moves runs that. Also, Night Moves still has Snatch left, perhaps running more Smashing Ground. There are so many intricacies in how these decks are built, and it's so hard to say for us who don't know the deck list.
Yeah, that did mean that they also could have put the spy in attack mode, but I wouldn't.
No, I think this is just such a solid spot. You also really want to keep yourself above 3000 life, because Van Ring can't kill you on its own. And I think ILCC might have another Solemn. And at that point, you know, you have Judgment or Storm, you have a monster removal for BLS, and you have life points for Ring. So we're gonna need a combination of cards. Of course, there's also just summon monsters, snatch, apply pressure. That could be scary.
Yeah.
So there are a few tools for night moves that... And also just summon Sasuke, attack the spy. I think CC has... probably has a battle trap, but... No, for all we know, maybe... Maybe they don't. I mean, even summon monster Smashing Ground. Like, we've got the
Yeah.
game at that point.
Yeah, we did see Smashing Ground, but I guess we have to ask the question of how much Smashing Ground do they play. Usually, they only have
Yeah, I would be hesitant to play more than one, but we're seen two before. Nothing crazy.
Alright, we got Kaiku. And there's the snatch we were talking about.
Yep. There we go.
I mean, I would.
So, do Judgment here?
Yeah, I don't know about Judgment per se.
You would prefer to book,
Yeah.
or MST, or even a Geki Break. Wind Blast, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think they have Wing Blast, but
Yeah, you usually don't combine those. Oh, let's it go. And there's no Mirror Force left. Interesting. If Night Moves goes for something like a Mobius here, that could be disgusting.
I think they just summoned the Kaiku. Let me see. Is there anything I could think of? I mean, guess they could just attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just switch the spy and attack. Or, like, what is there to think of? If you had the Storm, you would have led with the Storm. If you had a BLS, you don't drop it here. Do you? No.
I can't
I mean,
think
if you have a BLS, you beat Triple Judgment. Or, I mean, not literally, but you do beat Judgment and irrelevant cards.
Uh-oh.
Haiku goes through. Wow, if ILCC manages to lose this, that would be so unfortunate for them. They were in such a good spot, but if we're gonna drop the 300 here, that's so scary.
Yeah, it's a worrying spot for sure.
It's the 300. So at any point of this game, Ring could be lethal. Night Moves just passes.
Yeah, I don't know what card Night Moves.
I
would
think
have
it
had
could
that
be
they were thinking.
BLS. I think it could be BLS. Cause why did they think main phase? Okay, yeah. ILCC not dead on board. Time seal.
Deal.
Oh, this is scary. I think you drop the BLS here. If a judgment, the spy is lethal. Yeah, I think I go for it. We don't have access to Mirror Force.
Why not go for it? Like, you're so
I
far
mean,
behind
Torrential.
an advantage. Just do it. Do
Yeah,
it,
right.
go on.
You gotta. I mean, you don't have to.
And otherwise, they're just going to gain more life points too from Snatch. So.
Do what Carl Waite was afraid to do.
Oh.
Okay, maybe
This
it's not
is
the BLS
painful.
then, because I feel like at this point you drop it. Of course, now the spy is gonna be lethal. But well, it's probably not gonna get to connect. Yeah, what are they holding on to? So weird.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, they can set the Tsukiyomi if they had to.
I can't
think we
even
would've-
think of a card.
Yeah, no, I think we would have played premature.
Is it like a mind control or something?
Oh, that's a good theory. Could be. I mean, it could be a nobleman that they have been holding on to
Yeah, I mean, why get it
for
MST'd?
2 turns or whatever.
Well, MST and Regeki Break is already gone,
Well,
so I don't
You
know.
also don't want it to get wind blasted, right? But
I
of course, we
don't
don't
think he
there
has
are.
that.
No, sure. Oh, Rota, this could be.
Not
This could be
game.
good. No,
Um,
not game.
Game with mind control.
It could be game with mind control. So if you have Torrential, I think you flip it here if you're ILCC. Think it's gonna be Blade Knight summon?
I don't think you flip Torrential here. I think they got a Solemn too.
Sure, I mean in that case.
I think
But
they,
the
I think
Solemn
they
is
got the
actually
third.
a death sentence here. Solemn Torrential does not beat Mind Control Blade Knight if we don't Torrential.
Could
It
have Book
lands.
of Moon.
Well, we didn't book when the spy was snatched, so it would have to be the
It's not-
far left.
Yeah, I don't think it's. What is the card in Night Move's hand though?
Yeah. Oh, it was the premature. Wow, we chose not to drop it last turn. Wow, that's insane. He chose not to play it.
Why?
Well, he was afraid of Torrential, I guess. I don't know.
Do you get Don here?
Why would he?
I
get
don't
Dawn?
know. I don't know about that.
Wait,
At this
Kaiku?
point,
Because it's good against Tsukiyomi, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, and
I mean, sure. I guess.
True, that's true.
you
That's a
attack.
good
You
point.
could attack with the Don first, even,
Wait, why?
because he's gonna have to. He'd have to have 2 answers to stop
Yeah,
us.
because you
Wait.
win if either of them connects.
Why do you attack with Dawn first?
To either way, yeah, you don't have to attack with it first, but
Oh, goes through the Blade Knight. So we're claiming that we're weak to Tsukuyomi anyway, and there's no book, most likely.
see, like,
So either we go through or we die.
and again, why didn't you make this play last turn?
I mean, maybe the premature was up top, but I feel like it wasn't. Okay, that's one Saku. Was that the prematured one?
Yeah.
Sketch. Okay, second Blade Knight coming in. Raigeki break. And we think the last card for ILCC might be the Judgment.
Night moves can still top ring.
Yeah, and there's still BLS. And there's still... I mean, there's still Pot of Greed. Okay, ILCC. Nothing more productive to do than Tsukuyomi. Not a bad play, of course, but... Of course, these are the spots where you might consider just summoning whatever monster you have and start attacking. To try and make it a 2-turn clock. Appears that might not be the case unless there's a Chaos monster coming down this turn.
Could be torrential.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can trade 2 for 1 at this point, you're happy to. It's all about finishing the game before Night Moves can assemble a string of draws that somehow beat you. Like, even if Night Moves just draws a monster and sets it, you gotta start thinking War Lady and such. Of course, it's a reach that Night Moves has any chance here, but there are 2 card combinations that can beat some things.
Still
So
ring.
Ring? Do you flip it here? I think you have to. Wow. Okay. Not the ring. So maybe the set card could be a Storm. Don't know why you would set that, but could be. BLS could come off the top. Let's say the set card is a Nobleman or a Mind Control. Let's say the drawn card is Pot. Nope, just another set. Not looking good for Night Moves. And if you're... Yeah, there we go.
That's game.
Can't even lose the ring now. Serpent is gonna be lethal.
Don't even.
It was Duo
Ugh.
and a Storm.
Not even worth
Wow.
showing. Well, he's still got to deal 17.
Oh, but there's a Serpent.
They might
Okay.
forget Serpent.
Show the BLS.
They don't have a light.
Beautiful. And that's the
There
game.
was no light there.
Wow. Okay, let's give him a warning, whatever. I'll write a TK.
He did have Serpent for sure, though.
Yeah, they still could have won. Just
Maybe we didn't see the Serpent line. I mean, you could kind
So-
of treat that as just revealing the BLS, showing still had all these. Right? That's not.
No, that's actually a very illegal move to do. What just happened? People do that. He had the Serpent, so it is fine. But people do that to cheat all the time.
yeah.
It's
the other
obviously
one.
fine. It's just whether or not this is worth noting.
Oh, it totally is.
That's for TK to decide.
Yeah, I mean,
That's like another one that people do, which you cannot do, is fake banish a light and a dark to pretend you have BLS. People will do that all the time when they're about to lose to make their opponent concede.
it
And,
actually happened in a feature match of the 2005 Nationals, where someone won with a BLS while a Kaiku was on board in a feature match.
Wow, incredible. I know many stories like that from.
It actually might not have been a feature. It might just be a report that like a bunch of people confirmed that happened, but
Okay.
stuff like that does go down.
Yeah, and
Unfortunately.
often it's just a mistake. Like they draw the BLS and we're like, "Whoa, I can win!" and we drop it, and both players miss it in the heat of the moment. But every now and then it's intentional, and we don't want those players to get away with it. And as such,
Yeah, and
take note. And if we see that one player this occurs to a lot more often than everyone else, then maybe it's time to investigate. Of course, ILCC, not one of those, but still not exempt to a warning here, which I believe was dealt out by the judge, I'm being told.
yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things where you want to, have good faith in people, but people will abuse it if you don't crack down on those kinds of things.
Yeah, and this is why I just love any sketchy behavior. Just hand out a warning, take a note, and keep that note for the future.
Right, because like even say CC did that there, 100% was just like, oh look, I also had a BLS. If someone else does it later on, then what? We're supposed to say, oh, it was okay, they did it there, but you can't hear? Like,
Yeah, and it's kind of weird to start drawing lines. Oh, but they had lead shot. Okay, and then next time, oh, but they had this game shot that some players might not have seen.
That's one thing I ran into. I still technically am doing GOAT format achievements, and unfortunately have to deny a lot of them because their opponents like concede before anything really happens, and then it's like you didn't really achieve it because for all I know you figured it out after the fact you could have won.
Oh wow, that's harsh, dude. That's harsh. Anyway, yeah, of course. I mean, once you're a judge, it's so much harder to be in a position where you actually have to make consistent rulings, consistent decisions, and make sure not to rule differently based on
it's very
objective
like
factors.
I gave my own teammate a slow play warning earlier today.
Yeah,
But
it's a bit of a yeah. Sorry,
the
continue.
point is just trying to be consistent.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and I think I had a spot today where I felt like, oh, I mean, I probably took a bit too long in a couple of spots this game and didn't keep a fast enough play overall. And had a judge been watching, I think I should have had a warning, perhaps at least, maybe not so sure. It's hard to tell when you're in the game, but I wouldn't think twice of it, or much of it, if there was a warning handed out. That's just part of the game, and it's gonna happen to everyone now and then. And it's not that just because you get a warning, you did something bad. It's once you get multiple warnings that's when you did something bad, and you shouldn't be offended just because you're given a warning. It's mostly just to keep track and to find patterns if players abuse these things.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's where it's tough. People get very offended by a warning, but they shouldn't.
Yeah, but
It's just to try to keep the tournament structure together.
yeah, no, for sure. So knight moves on the play with warrior, opens pot of greed, graceful. Often you're gonna see warrior player discard a couple of monsters here. It's not rare that we see them discard light, dark. Hint, hint. Of course, the warrior decks need to be somewhat dense with threats. They're not super dense, but they need to be able to draw into new threats to replace the ones that have fallen in battle. But on the first few turns, we don't want to have too many in hand, because normal summons are slow. And you need a lot of disruption for the Chaos X not to run away with the game. So that's exactly what we see here. Discards 2 monsters, 1 light, 1 dark.
A lot of Kaiku opening turns lately.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think people have realized that, wait, I can play a Kaiku and just put a single battle trap behind it. And it's very hard to punish that opening. Because Breaker
True.
doesn't do it, Tsukiyomi doesn't do it. So I think it's It's fairly solid, especially in these warrior decks where you naturally have battle traps and dust shoots to protect your Kaikus from the Tsukiomi. It's just a perfect fit. Okay. ILCC with the Graceful of their own.
See if they get their own pot.
Of course, didn't lead with a Thunder Dragon activation. Perhaps have the Serpent, or maybe just feel like their hand, as it wasn't good enough. Had to burn the Graceful early. Which I think is something people are doing more and more recently. I think as the game develops and people optimize their play and their decks, we're gonna see people hold on to Graceful, stalling out with it a lot less. It's just the speed is so important. You can sit there on the Waite.
Ooh, heavy.
And
Either-
that's probably better than a Pot of Greed. Let the monitor, okay. Let the games begin. How many sets can Night Moves answer? How many sets can ILCC
It's
produce?
gonna be a
without
close
dying?
one. So who do you want to play here, Lucas?
I
Who-
want to play the warrior player.
You want to play the warrior
think-
player?
My deck is almost. I mean, if I were to play this in a money match or whatever, they would say I freed. I think. Free, of course, meaning that I pre-sided, pre-constructed my deck for a certain matchup. A concept I find very silly. Let's see here. So Night Moves knows that there are triple spy and a roulette barrel from their previous matches. ILCC wants to think in standby phase. Is that this turn?
Yeah, it was for
Wow,
this turn.
interesting. Do we want to? Why? No, that
Okay.
can't have been this turn. Oh, yeah, this is so big for Night Moves. I think. Yeah, this is incredibly strong. The Graceful discarded Raigeki Upstart. Very interesting to discard Upstart. That's a huge sign of strength. That's claiming that the worst card of the ones you kept is still better than an average draw. That's simplifying it a
True.
bit, but that's basically what it comes down to at least. ILCC is just gonna take 3600 here. Wow.
So what is the set card that's better than Upstart?
Yeah. It's a question. Could be Torrential. Could be Torrential.
I think, I guess they wouldn't have necessarily activated it, but okay.
No, I think with the Tsukiyomi this could still be. That's a book. I still can't really figure out ILCC's decklist, because at least from these games that I've seen now, I haven't seen any Mask of Darkness, so it doesn't seem like there are too many copies of that.
I think it could just be a one of.
And then a one-off Time Seal. Just
I haven't seen 2 time seals either. It might just be siding those out every game too.
could be. I mean, they don't seem very good at all against the warrior deck. So, think is standby phase. Why do you want to think here? I don't understand.
It is interesting.
What am I
Unless
missing?
they have Serp in hand and they're gonna.
There's no reason to do it in
I have no
standby phase
idea.
first, unless
Yeah.
you're like trying to avoid a tribute summon Jinzo.
Yeah,
Good
true.
point, Scully. I lost to that the other day.
Some people still play Jinzo.
Yeah, because I have this thing where I only side in a bunch of battle traps. against the aggro decks. And then this one guy played Jinsu against me. And I lost two quick games because of
I
it.
know it's Suki set, so ideally if your knight moves you want to attack with the Grandmaster, let him set the Kaiku, then reflip the Kaiku.
Yeah, that sounds great. But ILCC thinking is standby. And this is a quite deep think as well.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with a decision soon,
And
unfortunately.
I can't for the life of me figure out what they're thinking about.
Guess we'll maybe hopefully find out pretty soon.
Okay, so I have a theory. Raigeki break Torrential. Do you want to pop the Judgment before they summon into the Torrential?
True. Solemn.
Judgment the Sasuke? Wow. But why? Do you drop
Maybe-
BLS here if you have it?
I would.
Oh, no, man.
Ooh.
But that means that we don't have another normal summon, because then we would have played around Torrential.
Is it call? No.
No. Can't be called.
Maybe looking at the graveyards, that's why I was curious.
Yeah. Saku. I mean, looking how relevant is this Kaiku right now? Realizes that it's not very relevant in the effect, but of course the 1800 points.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad turn. No follow-up, though.
Wait, was that just a bluff from ILCC? Think in standby phase with Judgment Saku. Go grab a cup of coffee, come back, press the thumbs up.
Yeah, now that we know that, they took way too long.
That's nice. I like
Way
it.
too long for a bluff.
Aiku connecting. Wow, I think ILCC might lose this.
I mean, I was seconds away from giving a warning, but so they didn't take too long, but they were close to it.
I can appreciate the attempt. Maybe they passed the priority by some thumbs up or something that we missed, and Night Moves happened to miss as well. Whoa!
That's the game.
That's a surprise blocker. Let's check the art out. It's CC on the token. Very nice. ILCC didn't miss out on any customization options. And Night moves on to... What is it? Losers finals, right?
Yeah, versus you.
Yeah. Winner gets... yeah, okay, I'll let you guys set the stage. I'll head off now. Thank you for having me.
So winner will receive an invite to the Go Format World Championships of the next round. CC getting that much closer. I think they're going to get there this season. Tighten up a few moves and a few deck card choices. And I think they're right there. But we're moving on to Night Moves, the newcomer, taking on our community leader here, Lucas Gustafson. And I'm pretty hyped for it.
Yep, unfortunately, I will have to... Oh man, we're starting out the same way. I'll be right back. I'm back. Got Breaker against the T set.
And that did hit the decree that we didn't see from Lucas earlier, and into a Reaper.
Yeah, that is pretty much the most real thing you could hit with Breaker in this matchup.
And it's gonna make a big difference letting that does shoot resolve.
Oh yeah, the Breaker was big. Looks like they're not giving us anything to work off of. New Doria. Interesting. What they could have done if they wanted was turn the Reaper to attack mode, summon New Doria, hope it goes through, and possibly...
I think it's pretty interesting seeing Lucas play Nidoria, because he plays usually, like, not the most innovative list, right? Like, you're going to see Lucas go for the most standard plays as a player and, like, the safest routes usually. And I think Nidoria is a bit of a tech at this point in the meta.
Yeah. Yeah, you see it in some of the tomato lists, but you definitely don't see it in a lot of them. Recruiters... Well, I guess the recruiters are on a bit of a rise again. I know Moxie's even tried out a recruiter warrior deck before. And someone else in this tournament was using tomatoes. Got rid of Scapegoat, which I'm assuming is what they just drew off of their card there. Down comes BLS. Let's see what it does. They're both dark, and it's in attack mode, so banishing doesn't necessarily do anything here.
Big snatch steal.
Ouch.
What a change of position of power with that.
Yeah, knock into snatch. We wouldn't be in quite this situation either if Scapegoat hadn't gotten discarded. They would at least have the life points. Heavy Storm, a good answer.
Huge answer. Suki follow-up. Wow, going for the banish there. I mean, does keep night moves off light and dark, but that's a lot of damage you're giving up.
Yeah, and if they had to, they could always try to crash a dark.
Is that the difference of game next turn, too? No, that would have dropped him down to 46, so potentially, though, if he had anything to put next to the BLS this turn. But at the same, with the same token, you'd feel super regretful if you didn't banish and he dropped a chaos on you, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So Lucas is behind in life points by a fair amount. They're equal on card advantage, though. But board presence, it's in Lucas's hands here of what to do with this BLS. No battle traps or real traps in the grave really for night moves at all. So BLS in a vulnerable position. I think I might just put him in defense here, honestly. Because there's already a Sasuke in the grave. So, I mean, there's the potential of Call or Preemie to go with it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. I don't know. I don't know Lucas's cards.
Yeah, the hoping that your cards in hand are good, I think, is about...
Well, two of them are Thunder Dragons.
That's
wow,
true.
that went through. So the last attack would have went through last turn, most likely. If you are just now joining us, we are in the losers finals of the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 14. Top two of this event do get invites to the 2022 GOAT Format World Championship. Pui is sitting in grand finals on Gravekeeper Warriors, and the winner of this match will receive an invite to the World Championships. and go on to face Pui for the title of Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 14 championship and receive a GOAT Format World Championship 2002 Qualifier playmat.
Summoned BK Trenchel. So got rid of the clock kinda, but I guess Lucas did show that they don't really have anything to pressure them with besides the BLS. Although they weren't really forced to in the same token.
TK noted for us from chat that Lucas was in range to just lose to a ring there too, so more points of why going for aggression could have been better. And here's the 1600. So if Lucas had attacked earlier, this would have been game already.
Duo.
Goodbye, Thunder Dragon. Kaiku, will it connect?
Ooh.
Snatch gone, Tribe gone.
Interesting. Got rid of both. Two of the lights, rather, not both.
Yeah, could have got rid of both darks instead. A slight misplay there from Night Moves.
Who graceful in the pot. Curious what the two cards are. Oh, they got a Snatch Steal. They Snatch Steal Chaos, that's gonna be...
Night
There
Moves would have
goes.
been feeling a lot of regret if a Sorcerer was just dropped after having to book their Kaiku, but
Yeah.
Sangan will
I
do it
was thinking
anyway.
the same. Sangan don't care.
So
See
drop
what he
Lucas
grabs.
down to 2000. If they have a Suki in deck, they can clear this. They probably at least have a Warrior Lady, right?
Yeah, they gotta have one of the two at least. I think they're considering what to grab.
I think Suki leads you into the most, like, potential stuff to get back into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't. This is a tough spot if they're back row.
I think it's Suki. Like, easy answer. Like, there's no... The only 2000 attack thing that Night Moves could drop is a Chaos Monster. And DD Warrior Lady ain't gonna save you from that either. But, grabbing Warrior Lady. Maybe they don't play Suki. They do have a lot of other darks. Ah, this is why. Because they had a game shot.
Well then,
Not a game shot. Sorry for my remedial math.
near game shot.
Heavy ain't gonna do it. Luca's gonna take game one. Personally, I think I still take Suki there.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I guess if they had BK, you would have regretted that really hard because of the ring.
Oh, because Lucas was at 2000. Yeah, I think I would have taken Suki there and probably regretted it. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like my original thought process was not with a ring in mind. So
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about ring either.
versus an open board. So yeah. Lucas earned an invite to the World Championships in the 3v3 tournament with the teammates Alephia and Delinquent, the Delinquent trio.
Yep, and they definitely didn't slouch on their own part in that 3v3.
Players with 3 invites to the World Championships will receive a bye for the first round of Worlds, so Lucas does have a lot to play for here. And this has been the play on stream of day of turn 1 summon Kaiku pass.
Got some more trap, dust shoot action. It looks like there was some lag.
So, Snatch Steel, Scapegoat, Chaos Sorcerer, Pot of Greed, and Mystic Tomato.
Got that gorilla.
Always a strong spot when you can ring the attacking monster to leave an open board.
Sorry, being quiet. Some people are being noisy. But now we're finally seeing Thousand Eyes Restrict on the field. Saw a lot of games without it ever actually touching. Oh, got them to use both of their traps there. So that's the upside. We will see if there's a follow-up. Sasuke Samurai coming in. Oh, meets a Ring of Destruction.
To a potentially open board.
There is now chaos for night moves, but nothing to really hit at the moment. So, but could become relevant.
Just dropping it for defense isn't the craziest move right here either. You'd hate to do it. I mean, Snatch and Meta already burned, so it wouldn't be the worst move. Well, Night Moves doesn't have a light.
True.
Oh no, they do. I'm sorry. Yeah, so Snatch and Meta already burned. Dropping a monster, a cast monster there wouldn't be the craziest thing to do.
Just a set from Lucas. Because of the decrees, I'd be willing to bet that there's a good possibility Lucas doesn't run Torrential.
That's probably one of his only traps is the ring, right?
Quite possibly.
I don't like that BLS play there. That's probably nothing. Nothing the blade. At least attack with a Blade Knight first. Well, I was wrong.
It's like
good,
it was.
good job, Night Moves.
Well, if there's not like a mirror force still attacking it,
I mean,
technically would have been better.
He could have went for game, right?
But if it's real, then
He set swords.
What? He
How-
could have just lost because he set
How would he have
swords.
felt if he had
didn't.
just lost that turn? Great bluff. It completely worked, but holy shit. Lucas has
My
to be
word.
like jumping in his seat right now that just paid off. Jeez.
Both rings are used as well, so
I can't believe Lucas had swords.
that's crazy. But to be fair, he does also play Nodoria, so if it was Nodoria face down,
But
the BLS
oh,
would have
could
got
you see?
top.
I can see someone doing it. Can you see Lucas doing it?
To be honest, I haven't watched enough of their games to know.
I mean, just based on his insight of commentary in the matches I've played, he usually plays it very by the book. That was a wild set.
And maybe that's why he's been getting so many wins lately.
And now Midoriya will be able to clear out this BLS here, but it's going to take a good chunk of life points. No reason not to let him take the damage there and then Mirror Force the Midoriya.
Yeah, that's true. They already have a bunch. Well, I guess keep them from thinning their deck, but yeah. I don't think that would be very relevant.
No. I think the 600 damage would be more relevant.
Now, if only there was a reverse Jinzo where you banish traps to special summon it.
It's going to be the last turn for swords here.
It's so crazy. He set swords and lived.
He got an extra turn out of swords by bluffing it.
Ooh. Nuts. Goodbye, swords. We're on game 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure because I had to step away for a second.
Great tournament today.
Yeah, it's been really crazy. A lot of
Awesome
interesting
matches.
card choices, a lot of great matchups. Seeing stuff that maybe not necessarily we've never seen before, but in these contexts we haven't seen them.
A lot of upsets. Close matches. I think we've watched game 3 almost every time.
I think you're right.
So potentially a meta shot here. I wonder if Luke is only running 2 metas. I feel like we've barely seen any fusion plays from him.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. Oh, but here is a meta.
It was about time.
Would you sell him if he had it?
Hard to say without knowing the other 3 cards.
Yeah. Without knowing what the other face down would be. Alright, goes through. Maybe you've got a Saku that they're banking on. But it's entirely possible that Decree's face down.
If it is, I think you should probably just flip it now. If it is, I think he would have flipped it before even playing the meta, honestly.
Possible.
Because you don't want to get solemned there. And you either bait it with the meta, or you bait it with the decree, rather, to get the meta to resolve. And Luca's gonna be able to turn off 1,000 Eyes if needed now, but it is loaded for 3,000 attack, so...
Oh, here comes reinforcement. I would assume for exiled force.
I'd like to thank MetaMats.com for helping sponsor this event today. The winner of this tournament will receive a playmat printed by MetaMats.com for the GOAT Format World Championship Qualifier playmat. They are very nice, slick playmats. Cloth, 2-player, you can get your own custom prints of them. Check out MetaMats.com.
Oh, nice. Graceful in the pot.
Both players ring gone, so I don't think we're seeing a draw.
Yeah.
No dark for night moves, even after the graceful. Yep, gonna still have to just exile pop this 1,000 Eyes. Potentially has a like summon attack, call attack for game, or preemie double attack. Or he can't, he already summoned exiled rather. So not gonna have it yet. Knight moves up by about 2 cards here. But it does feel like Lucas still has the momentum.
I have to imagine they have at least one monster, considering they discarded 2 to the graceful.
And that's going to turn off a third meta with goats all cleared out, serpent banished. Decree.
Yeah, there's Decree.
What is it followed with? Another gorilla?
Tsukiyomi.
Potentially game? No.
Yeah, they'd have to have something else like premature.
Oh, they could have had third Blade Knight with 3 sets, but wasn't that likely. I don't even,
But
still, Night Move is the one at 2,000, so.
Yeah.
Lucas has to answer this warrior lady. Or see game 3. Not gonna set. Opting for the attack. Banking that night moves is just out of monsters. Could have a goat set, the third one.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a book yet from Lucas either, but those are usually sided out against Warrior. Has the book.
The Book of Moon. One more card. Offerings to the Doomed is one card people have looked at in a decree deck before. Destroys a face-up monster, but you skip your next draw phase. It's a quick play. The problem is, skipping a draw phase is pretty darn expensive for a downside. And unlike something that makes you discard a card, it doesn't set up anything. Well, I will say that if he had Mystic Swordsman level 2 in this situation, it would be better than Sasuke Samurai. I'm curious. Why they hadn't summoned it first. I guess they read that it was Scapegoat. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's game.
We're gonna move on to game 3.
One to one. Everyone getting kind of tired, sleepy. For some people, here it's pretty late.
Reaching the end of this event.
It's one of the things about these tournaments is you have to have the endurance to get through to the end. Not even just your deck's endurance, but your physical endurance. But when you get there, I feel like once you get to those higher spots, it definitely feels worth it. Like, even though I got 9th place in a tournament, not 8, in top 8, I still felt really nice after the tournament was over.
Well, the adrenaline starts pumping the farther in you get to.
Ooh, we got a Magilla Gorilla. First thing, just summon Gorilla Pass. What a turn. It speaks for itself. Now, I'm surprised that they never... I think we're going to see Snatch Steal here. That we've never seen a card that is a warrior that destroys a beast or beast warrior. Just seems like an obvious thing. And for those curious what just happened there, I think Lucas assumed that they were going to change Gorilla to defense once they took control of it. Fortunately, for the Gorilla, it does not like laying down. It will explode if it lays down. Oh my. Well, it looks like Don was a very good choice here, considering the two Tsukiyomi. So he knows about the Sook. Does he have some way to stop it? Even if it's like... You couldn't really do Mystic Swordsman. Oh, well that works. It's awkward, but it works. Trying to stop some decree shenanigans. Oh, sorry, not decree shenanigans. Solemn shenanigans.
The winner of this will take on Pui's Gravekeeper Warrior deck and have to beat it twice. Not sure which deck has the best advantage going into that.
I think Lucas is playing a bit too much on faith here. Not telling their opponent exactly what they're doing. Two back row. One of them could be... Ooh. And that's one of the downsides of Don Zalug. It dies to things like Dekoichi, but also if people are running recruiters, it's just a free kill. Okay then.
Not looking good for Lucas.
Yeah, at least they blocked off that Dawn a couple of turns. But yeah, the King Tiger, that's really dangerous for Lucas. He does have Berserk Gorillas that could take care of it. We do know that. Although they used one.
Could he have flipped the Suki, set the Don, or set the...
Yeah,
Tiger
that's
was
what
already...
I was...
He could have set the Don and attacked over the Tiger, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking they were gonna
Like,
do.
you take 14 more, but at least opens up your scapegoat to actually resolve after that. Oh, wow. And had another Suki. Brutal.
Yeah,
Which,
he
at
already
this
knew he had the second one.
At this point, a second Suki could be walling the Don.
Yeah, it's true.
Is it going to get blown up at the end phase? No? Okay. I bet Night Moves has a Solemn by now, if anything.
Yeah, quite possibly. They already had one, but... Did you run
Can't go. Gonna lose the Chaos Monster from hand.
Now the... I don't know about Lucas. They're assuming a lot of moves and then not assuming on Don Zalug. Yeah, if they've got Solemn, just drop everything, just dump it.
Chain of book.
Nah. I don't know if they're trying to bait the Solemn.
You just save the judgment for the book.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
why is this game?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because he has
They
ring on the
didn't-
tiger.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Odd.
All right, well, I guess he won the match.
I mean, I don't think Lucas was coming back anyway. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, at least if there wasn't a judgment, they could have still lived an extra turn or two.
maybe we'll have word from him in a moment. But the grand finals will be Pui versus Night Moves. Night Moves has just earned an invite to the 2022 GOAT Format World Championships.
Very good on them. Okay, like someone was saying in chat, because I was wondering the same thing. Maybe they weren't actually thinking about the interaction. They were hoping the opponent was Solemn, not knowing that their King Tiger was going to destroy the scapegoats and then kill them with the ring. But then when they realized they weren't going to do that, they conceded, even though technically they still could have lived.
Alright, so we are in. And I believe this is a rematch from earlier today. We knocking Night Moves into losers, yep. So,
Gonna get that salty run back.
Night Moves will have to defeat Pui twice in order to get the win of this event.
Through a Pot of Greed opening hand. T-set start. Pot of Greed T-set. You love to see it. This is GOAT format at its finest.
A humble pot of greed T-set.
Graceful Charity here for Night Moves. We'll see what they're gonna end up discarding. Decided to dig a little bit deeper than Pui did. Well, it gets rid of MST. Interesting. We'll see if they regret that.
I'll tell you, I'm happy just to see Pui not that she's not playing Burn or FTK.
By the way, I think this came up last tournament where someone said something about, oh, well, they didn't have any targets left for Spy, so they should have just banished. You technically don't resolve Spy till the opponent decides whether or not to use the effect of TD Warrior Lady, right?
Yeah, I believe Warrior Lady would be after damage and Spy is during damage.
Yeah, as soon as they summon something besides Spy off Spy, you know they're on something.
Apparently, TK said watch the replay. Lucas's opponent here on Night Moves did have the Solemn set.
Alright, so we got a Gravekeeper Spear Soldier. Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask, is it gonna get that boost? Because that's what it needed. Ooh, this is gonna be painful amount of damage. Yeah, you might as well attack in with the Spy. Because it's gonna end up dying one way or the other.
Yeah, and now having the 2000 attack Spear Soldier, that's a big body for against Warrior when they can't summon a Chaos Monster.
Now, if there's a Solemn face down, this is... yeah.
And Warrior's been really strong lately, so bringing in a deck that can have a slight advantage against Warrior is pretty huge, while still having all the impactful power of Warrior, since it's a Gravekeeper Warrior hybrid build.
Snatch Steal, Retaliation.
You gotta answer this, right? Or you're going pretty minus.
Okay, I could have a Battle Trap or something, but still, you wouldn't want to have to if you
Right,
can
at that
avoid.
point you're using 2 cards to stop 1.
Mirror Force.
That was a good one to have to burn.
I'd say for what we had, this is a good answer to what they had on board. They got the Snatch, and then they got the Exiled. You can't ask for too much more.
I don't think it's an awful move to Solemn this Exiled either, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, because at that point now you only have 2 cards you lose to Storm or something like that.
Necrovalley, most notably known from Star Wars Episode 1, The Pod Racer.
I get you. Oh. Cheeky game. Ring on Sasuke.
Quick win steal with the Ring of Destruction.
Hi guys.
Hello, Lucas. Welcome back.
Thank you. It was not as long time apart as I would have hoped for. But
I
that's
see how it
very
is.
much okay. So Pui against Night moves. That's I think you mentioned just Scully that the Gravekeepers might give you an edge here because Spy is very good.
And just having, like, once your Necrovalley's out, you just have multiple 2000 attack monsters. It's actually a shame for, was it Pui that had used Dust Tornado right there, or was it Night moves? I think it was Pui, actually. But, yeah, being able to get your monsters at 2000 attack and having the defense, like, how many, without clearing the Necrovalley, warriors have a hard time clearing this.
I actually think this Gravekeeper warrior decks were pretty good in theory, but in practice, playing field spells can be awkward.
Yeah,
So.
field spells, like, equal bad consistency.
Yeah, there's something to that, but Pui has been smashing everyone all day. Very fun to see.
So, Lucas, do you want to tell us why you scooped before it was game?
No, Okay, no, I don't. That's okay.
Just give me the opportunity to defend yourself because you were talking about it earlier.
No. This is not about me. We
It
have
wa-
2 finalists here.
It was a
Playing.
solemn set, so you were losing anyway, so
Yeah, no.
it was a nice attempt.
Gotta try. So, graceful turn 1 after being dust shot. Pui questioning their opponent's decision to keep in dust shoot against a aggro deck. Night moves appears to claim that it's fine going first. Pui says, sure.
It does tornado, nice.
And this is a very old discussion. Is dust shoot any good against aggressive strategies? Most would say no. But if you were to play it, you want it on the play, for sure. 2 Blade Knights facing off. There's a smashing ground. And Pui, I mean, card
Simplifying
advantage.
the
We have
game.
just traded 1-for-1 a couple of times here.
Yep, simplifying the game.
But I think that should favor the warrior player.
I don't know, if you can keep your stats higher than the warrior player's monsters, simplifying it, I think goes to Pui's advantage.
Sure, but if it's a couple of warriors against a Necrovalley and something else, I mean, it's... I don't know.
Seeing a comeback from Ring. This time a Night moves his side.
Yeah, it's not obvious that you ring there. So that does give us some insight into what Night moves might be holding.
I would have attacked here. And lost my breaker.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
We're talking about the battle traps. Now we got widespread in the mix. Nice.
Yeah, I think most players would argue that the battle traps are still the golden standard for the aggro beers, and you can only play triple Sakuretsu. So if you want the 4th, well, widespread is pretty close.
There's some players that will just put a widespread in there too, though, because it does throw them off of a few things.
Sure.
One, it can kill a King Dragoon. The other is, if once you see the widespread, you have to then assume there's 3 Sakuretsus.
Yeah. Here we can see why Dust Shoot isn't very good in aggressive matchups. Both players just trade 1-for-1, and it's gonna be dead very quickly. Basically only good in your starting hand.
Great position from Pui here. 1 duel away from winning this tournament.
Yeah. Up 1-0 in the match. Up 1-0 in matches in the set. Practically speaking, at least.
Could have chaos.
Yeah,
No
chaos would be good for night
Necrovalley.
moves. Oh,
Do you solemn this? You got it right.
uh,
Not when it's a
well,
Saku.
can solo without solemn, but I'm not sure. Cause generally I don't like soloing 1-for-1s.
Especially when they have potential chaos behind it.
Yeah,
Like right here.
yeah, like right here. But I mean, you could.
Is this
I'm not
BLS?
sure.
Oh wow, it is.
That's disgusting.
You cannot
Whoa,
attack.
wait, that's 4,000.
Yeah, you can't attack yet.
Yeah, no, right, my bad.
Summon it in the battle phase.
It
Nice.
tricked me. It tricked me.
It doesn't say you can't summon it in the battle phase.
I
Sure.
remember as a kid, someone tried to make that. I guess they're used to Magic the Gathering, and they're playing Snipe Hunter, and they're like, "It doesn't say I can't activate it on your turn,
Neither
so
does
I
Yeah.
can destroy all of your cards."
that wouldn't work in Magic either.
Well, if it
But-
has an effect that says discard one card, target a card, you could use it on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
don't- yeah?
It would work.
Wow.
It's gonna state that it doesn't work. If it doesn't. It works unless otherwise stated.
Kaiku gonna connect.
So, what's Pui's graveyard? I guess
Nothing.
Pui doesn't. I mean, oh shit. Pui's deck is so.
Not top
So-
deckable.
Yeah,
You do not want to be top decking with this deck. I wonder if they side out the Gravekeeper package, because like I feel like we've only ever seen it game one, but we've only ever watched a few
feel
duels
like if
too.
you're-
well, I consider that when I played them, or her, but it's so. I don't know. How do you side out the
What else are-
Gravekeeper
what else-
package against
like-
Chaos?
Like, are you just giving up on like siding for other decks if you side it out?
I
Yeah.
don't really know. I mean, maybe there's a more complex theory to it.
TK's saying I would have at least kept the spies because they're still good.
Spies are great in the Warrior Mirror too. Like that's part of the reason you want them. Goes for the Warrior Lady because it can't be exploited. Maybe they don't have any more copies of Blade Knight. That could be the case that she doesn't
Because
have
the
any more
thing is, like,
copies.
oh, they're gonna bring in like spell and trap removal against me, right? Which is still good against all your Sakaretsus and widespreads anyway. So like,
It could also
transitioning to harder warrior version doesn't seem like a particular advantage.
I'm not sure. I think it's fine. Whether or not it's worth dedicating the side deck slot is. Because I don't want to play Necrovalley in the aggro mirror. I don't think. Monkey!
Monkey.
Gravekeeper's Assailant loves that card.
Yeah, it does. Do you know what else loves that card? Mind Control.
Yeah, I
Night moves with a +2, +3 on the draw. Only 900 life points left for Pui. I think they're going to be going back to the side to figure out what to do here.
that's
Rough.
game.
Rough. Wow, the aggro player who drew dead does shoot one. What happened that game?
A lot of back and forth. No Gravekeeper cards at all that we saw, but who knows?
Nee, you still keep the spice, right? Yeah, no. Yeah. Yep, we don't know either. What happened there? Well, she's still in a great spot. Of course, has a match to give, and is on the play in this game. Game 3. Could take it all here.
Yeah, and we're back on the Gravekeeper talk. Like even just keeping in Spy, like, are they gonna really keep in like Mystic Swords in level 2 just to take out Spy when it doesn't get over anything else in their deck?
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, right? You could also argue that maybe Pui likes the spies better when going first. Of course, flip monsters being better on the when going first is a thing. like here, a spy would just be excellent. It's also tricky to play against Pui's deck. How many knocks do you live in? Do you live in any knocks? Because that's what I did, and I think that was wrong. I left in both my knocks. Knight moves very
MST.
carefully, declaring their breaker. Setting MST behind a monster is a bit unusual. But you could argue it might discourage a swordsman or such.
I think they really would have just went for it anyway. But maybe they were hoping for end phase MST on something.
Yeah, no,
to get it.
it's fine. And sometimes you have a hand which is it's gonna lose to breaker eventually. Might as well get it out of the way and not try to play around something that's inevitably going to happen.
The
So
Necrovalley,
Pui is still in a great spot here.
the Necrovalley would have let the spy get over that. I have a feeling that the Necrovalleys were sided out though.
Yeah, I think you save him out in this matchup for sure. But I think you leave the spies. I think that's the distinction. Whereas against Chaos, I feel like you would keep the Necrovalleys. But maybe you feel like people are gonna just hedge too much after siding. But I'm not so sure that's true.
Yeah, against
But
Chaos.
I quite strongly hedged. I
I'm-
set it out I set it down to one sorcerer, one faith.
Yeah, like you
So-
can side stuff out against the deck, which is cool because then you don't care what you side in because they still sided stuff out. I don't think there's that much stuff people are siding to destroy Necrovalleys at this point. Like Dust Tornado is
No.
a semi-sided card, and then there's nothing else.
Yeah, it was quite funny because I thought with my decrease, I should be fine against all the judgment decks running around, but of course, doesn't do much against Necrovalley. Okay, Nightmare's just gonna trade here. Pui is still in a good spot. Hasn't gotten any plus as of yet. It's actually a Night moves. Well, okay, they traded 2 cards each. So it's a lot about how valuable these spies are going to end up being. Stun, of course, excellent. Yeah, summons the Dawn into Torrential. So I would call that Donald syndrome. A sickness affecting GOAT players, which forces you to do anything to connect with Donsalog, even when it's not remotely worth it. But I think this is a fine spot to play the Dawn for Pui. And she does so, and she gets rewarded for it.
But they're wishing they had that book in hand instead of. I'm sorry, book on field, not in hand, is what I meant to say.
Sure, but it's very similar, right? Discarding a book or using it, right?
Very true.
And now the Kaiko gets through and gets to banish a light, which might end up being useful. I don't know if you would
Yeah,
put
I mean-
BLS into this deck. It's interesting.
I mean, if they side out Necrovalley, they could side in BLS.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? It's interesting, nonetheless. So, the obvious answer to Kaiko in the War Mirror is Blade Knight or Gorilla, but of course, we don't expect Pui to have access to those. But very hard to make Blade Knight a 2000 beater here. Oh, maybe she can. Maybe she has just slow rolled the spells or traps she's holding. And that appears to be the case. This is
Never
great.
say
This is
never.
gonna go through. Because the Dawn went through last time. Yeah. I actually think she might have... how would you guys like switching a Spire 2 there? I'm quite confident that attack is gonna go through.
Yeah, I think the attack would go through. I guess the question then would be, do you
Two
want to put the spies at risk?
I think risking 1 is totally fine. It's a floater.
Yeah, very
Well,
true.
I'm of the opinion that what a card has done in the past should not define its worth. It's what it's going to achieve, right?
Ooh, hit the
So
solid.
whether or not something is floating is not that big a deal to me. But yeah, I would switch probably both actually. That's
mean-
an interesting snipe from Night Moves.
Floating matters when it comes down to card advantage, though. Like if it's a floating card, then it adds up over throughout the game of who has more cards than the other person.
I understand the mathematics of card advantage, but what a card has achieved prior in the game doesn't determine its worth. It's not more. It's about what it's going to achieve from now on. That's all that matters.
Ooh, Mirror Force on the Berserk Gorilla.
Yeah, and now one more monster. Wow, is Pui gonna win the tournament? Barring a Krebs, that's 6.
Yeah.
That's 58. No, that's more than that. My bad. Okay, never mind. 6,000. Let's go. Wow! Pui! She wins it! She takes the tournament!
Because Berserk
does.
Gorilla has to attack. Although Tribe would have cleared it anyway.
Wow!
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to save it, they could have done it main phase 2, but yeah.
Pui wins the tournament and doesn't lose a single match. She demolishes the field and gets her first Worlds invite. Of course, congratulations to Night Moves as well, getting their own invite. But yeah, Pui has not lost a single match. That's not often we see that. Often, we lose one of the rounds in the winners finals, but not this time around. Pui makes it
We
makes
do
it work.
invite you all to the GOAT Format Championship number 17, happening April 23rd, with the $1,000 plus prize pool. It is a free entry event. All you have to do is go to goformat.com, follow the links to our Discord, and just type !join, and you can enter now. Signups are open. Top 8 prizes, invites to the top 8 for the GOAT Format World Championship, playmats, GOAT Format plushies, $1,000 cash. Hope to see you guys all there. April